of curriculum development. And if you can recall, there are 4 stages of curriculum development: the need analysis part, curriculum design, curriculum implementation, and curriculum evaluation. So we gave an overview of the complete curriculum development process. We talked about features of a good curriculum, and then in the next session we talked about the need analysis part. What we actually mean by need analysis, what are different types of needs as far as students are concerned, what are the needs of the industry, what are the needs of the society, and we collect feedback from all the stakeholders before we actually design the curriculum. We also discussed how to carry out this need analysis. So, and even to some extent we discussed what are the aspects that need to be considered while carrying out need analysis, the technological aspects, the competency profile, and the employment avenues. So all these things are very, very important while carrying out the need analysis. Okay, moving ahead. So the first stage of the curriculum development process we have already covered. So we'll be going to the next stage, that is curriculum design process. So as far as today's program is concerned, we have got 3 sessions. In the first session is on curriculum design models. So as we were discussing yesterday, we have got different models, and depending on the type of the program, depending on the level of the program, we select a particular model and then we design the curriculum. So this first session on curriculum design models, that will be engaged by my colleague Professor P.K. Singla. After that, we have another session that is on curriculum implementation. That is the third stage of curriculum development process. I'll be taking that session on curriculum implementation. And then in the afternoon, there's a session on resource management, which will be engaged by Professor V.P. Puri. So in totality, there are 3 sessions as far as today's program is concerned. And now I request my colleague, Professor P.K. Singla, to engage this session on curriculum design models. Yeah, what is it?
List of centers दे देंगे. List of centers दे देंगे.
अच्छा, आप दे दीजिए.
मैं कल छोड़ के ही आ रहा हूँ. Well, friends, a very good morning to everybody. I welcome all of you to this first session of the second day of this 5-day program on curriculum development. Before I go further, start my session, I like to request one of the participants from one of the centers to kindly confirm whether I am audible enough. Let us just confirm once, Mishra ji. Government Polytechnic Hisar, आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है?
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, sir, you are audible to us.
And आपको slides भी दिखाई दे रही हैं?
Just a second, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So that confirms me that I am audible and you are able to see the video also, right, as well as my own video also. Well, friends, Professor Gupta has already briefed you about yesterday's program. As I mentioned yesterday, while giving the overview of the curriculum development process, there are 4 stages: need analysis, design, implementation, and evaluation. Yesterday, we covered broad aspects of all the 4 stages in the first session, and then details of the need analysis in the second session. Today, my dear friends, we will be covering in details the curriculum design, that is the second stage of the curriculum development process. My dear friends, yesterday I gave you a parallel study that curriculum design is just like building up a house. Once you establish a need, then you have to design. Before you're going to construct the house, design has to be there, and you have to see that the design is structurally sound. I mean, the building should not fall down. It should, fulfill all the purposes, functional purposes of the house, whatever purpose, for what purpose you are making the house. But then before that, you have to make sure that the need is there. I take the same example. Why should we give a lot of emphasis on the need? Let's say if I go to one of the places, let's say we go to the Bhubaneswar, okay, in Gandhi Vihar, and I go there for 1 week. Do I really need to build a house there? Probably not. If I stay there for 1 month or 1 year, even then probably not. If I am giving an assignment from my institute that you have to stay there for 4 years, again, my need analysis will tell me that I may hire a house on lease basis maybe or anything, but I do not have to build a house, because building a house requires a lot of infrastructure, money, time, energy, and all. Unless and until I decide to settle down in Bhubaneswar at Gandhi Vihar, I will not build a house there. Similarly, one should not start a program. One should not start a program unless and until you make sure that there is going to be long-term employment opportunities for the student. I am sure that Professor A.B. Gupta ji has elaborated this point yesterday. I just brought it today again so that we are ready for the next session. That is, once you have decided that you are going to build a house, once you have decided that you are going to start a program, then the first thing you have to do is design the curriculum. And my dear friends, there are various models. There are so many models, but I will be in this session covering 3 major models, which is popular among all the education designers, planners. These 3 models cover all other models also. All other models are derived from these basic 3 models of curriculum design. So, my dear friends, let us try to recall what we did yesterday about the curriculum design. Curriculum design, the concept has been given by Professor M.M. Malhotra. You are fortunate that Professor Malhotra is going to address. He himself is going to address you on Thursday morning. He is the authority on the subject of curriculum development process. According to Professor Malhotra, curriculum design has also been defined as long-term identification of educational goals and objectives, selection and organization of content. You select the contents and organize the contents in a systematic way. And then it also includes the learning activities and teaching processes. What kind of activities the student must be engaged into so that the learning takes place, and what are the teaching processes apt for a particular program. And it also includes evaluation of student outcomes, up to what extent the students are able to achieve the objectives or the learning outcome of the program, and course learning outcomes of various subjects also. And it also includes the resources for implementation and scheme for evaluation the effectiveness of the curriculum. I mean, it includes, if you read this definition, I am going to send this definition to all of you through my lecture notes also. But this is basically what the next nutshell is. Let me very quickly have a quick recap of what we covered yesterday about the characteristics of a curriculum. It should be data-based, it should be dynamic, fully articulated, realistic, student-oriented, explicit outcome, and future-oriented. Now, these are the characteristics of a good curriculum. I am going to lay down a great emphasis on the first characteristics, that is database. As I mentioned yesterday also, any curriculum design, for that matter, any design involves a lot of decision making. And your decision making depends on the type of data and the amount of data which you are having available with you. Your decisions can be very good or bad depending on the data available with you and depending on how you analyze that data also. Now, the three models which I'm talking about the curriculum design, they are dependent upon the type of database you are going to use when you are taking decisions related to curriculum design. So the basic models, the three models, depend on the type of database you are going to make use, which you're going to, your design is going to be based on which kind of data. Depending on that, you have the different models. Now, let me again talk to you about, very quickly recall what we covered in the curriculum design: elements, objectives, contents, learning activities, learning material and resources, time, space and environment, grouping, teaching strategies, and evaluation procedures. These are the 9 elements. As we say, in a case of building, the building has to be laid down on a solid foundation, and then it has to be that the slab has to be supported on the solid beams and columns. These are the various elements. Basically, when we design a building, these elements must be taken care of very well if you want to sustain the building to fulfill all your functional requirement as well as stability of the building itself also. Similarly, these are the 9 elements which we must keep in mind, and we have to design each one of them when we are designing the curriculum. It is not only the content. Content is only one part. Number 2, which is syllabus. The rest of the activities are beyond syllabus, that is curriculum. I would like to again draw your attention, which we covered yesterday, domains of learning. These are the domains of learning which we design. We have to prepare the students for their vocation for which they are taking admission, or the profession for which they have to be trained. And then we have to develop in them the problem solving ability, or what we call as learning to learn or continued learning abilities. And we have to focus on communication skills, interpersonal relations, and personality development. And I gave you yesterday the ratio. About 70 to 80% times is to be spent on the first 2 domains, that is domains of vocational preparation and continued learning, and about 20 to 30% time have to be spent on communication skills, interpersonal relations, personality development, etc. Now, my dear friends, let me give you an overview of the curriculum design, the various sources. When I say sources, here I mean the database which you are going to use, what kind of source you are going to use, what kind of data you are going to use for a particular design. Let me give you an overview. First of all, you start the process by assessing the values of the society. Here, what I mean by value of the society means the end user for you. For example, for the professional institutions, the society stands for the potential employers, the industries where the students are going to be placed. What are their values? What are their requirements? What are their expectations? Everything in that. From the values of the society, we try to drive the objectives, goals, or purposes of the system. I am not talking about the curriculum particularly, but I am talking about the program, the objectives, goals, and purposes of the system. And your sources, again, the data sources of decisions can be in 3 categories. Can be divided in 3 categories. Number 1, organized body of knowledge. This can be one source for taking curriculum decisions, organized body of knowledge. That is, what kind of knowledge and skills have to be developed. Everything which you decide in the curriculum will base upon the data source about what kind of knowledge and skills is required. The second data source can be learning and growth process. Learning and growth process of whom? Learning and growth process of the students. When you are focusing your curriculum decision on the students, that is the another source, database. You are focusing all your decision based on the students, basically. What kind of students you are having, what are their levels, what are their interests, what are their aptitudes, and what are their needs. I mean, in the first one, organized body of knowledge, your database is the knowledge and skills required by the society. The second type of database can be the students, their learning and growth processes. And then the third kind of data source can be the social needs, the societal needs. In your case, for example, the needs of the potential employer. You take all the decisions based upon the needs of the society, the needs of the potential employer. The things will be more clear to you in coming slides. Once you have decided about the objectives based upon different kind of sources, there can be a mix of the sources also. You may take decision based on the organized body of knowledge, students, and society also. We will be talking in details about these, but then these are the sources based on which you take the decisions on objectives or the goals or purposes of your curriculum. And then once you have decided the goals and objectives, then you come to the contents and methods. What should be the content of my curriculum and what methods I should suggest so that it is implemented in a systematic and effective way. In the content and methods, we decide the curriculum contents, instructional materials, plan for curriculum organization, that is horizontal and vertical organization of a curriculum. We do that. What subjects have to be studied in a particular term. Term can be semester or annual or trimester. So what subjects can be clubbed together in a particular semester, and what are the prerequisites before undergoing a particular course or a subject. So the total organization, we call it horizontal in a particular semester, vertical from one semester to the another semester, the progression of the students. How do you plan about that? That is your planning of the planning for curriculum organization. Then the last thing is teaching method or instructional strategies. Then once you have done that, once you have come out with the content and method, then the curriculum is thrown open for the next stage, that is learning opportunities or the curriculum. Curriculum document is ready. Now you provide the opportunities for its implementation. I will try to cover now all the three models. That is starting with the subject specialization model. My dear friends, in the subject specialization model, all your curriculum decisions are based on the body of knowledge. When we say knowledge, it includes knowledge, skills, and attitude, all the three. In subject specialization model, we take decisions, all curriculum decisions based on what kind of teaching, what kind of teaching learning has to be given to the student based on the amount of knowledge available in that particular discipline. For example, in civil engineering, vast amount of knowledge and skills is available. Okay, you have the data about that, and how much out of that you want to put in a diploma or a degree program, that is a decision you want to take about. So your focus is not on the students, your focus is not on the requirement of the industry, your focus is how much knowledge, body of knowledge is available, or what kind of contents are available in a particular discipline. That is your subject specialization model. The steps, let me give you flow charts of all the three models. Let us start with the flow chart of the subject specialization model. But before I go into this model, let me clarify a few things further. Number one is, all these three models are based on the data source which you are going to use. And there are three types of data sources which we have just now seen: body of knowledge, the students, and the society. And I also said that predominantly what is going to be the basis for your decision when you are taking, let us say, subject knowledge or the body of knowledge as your data source, you are not ignoring the student and the society, but your primary data source is subjects. That is a one model. When your primary source becomes student, you are taking care of the subjects as well as society also, the potential employers also. But your primary set data source is students. You are all the time, for every decision you are thinking about the student, their interest, their needs, their level, their competency, their level of understanding, and their interest, their aptitude, everything. You are all the time, concerned for every decision on the student. Then there will be different model. Then when you are talking about, let us say, society, the needs of the society, then is a different model. You are not concerned too much about the body of knowledge. You are not concerned too much about the student, but you are concerned about the needs or the requirements of the society. That is your database. That will be a different model. Okay. Each model has its own merits and demerits. Depending on the type of the program, you will select a model. And each model has its own flow chart. If you choose subject specialization, then there is a particular way you design a curriculum. If you use a student as a predominant data source for decision making, then there will be a different flow chart. This is a different way of designing the curriculum. If you choose society or the industries as a data source, your predominant data source for decision making and curriculum design, there will be a different flow chart or how to go about. Let me start with the subject specialization model. You start with the interpret or formulate goals. For example, goals of science and technology. Your starting point is, you are not talking about the students, you are not talking about the industry. Your starting point is goals, that is goals of science and technology, the body of knowledge. And then the second stage is set up a curriculum committee of professionals and experts in those subject areas. जो भी उस subject के experts हैं, you set up a committee who will be taking curriculum decisions. That is the second stage. The third stage is analyze the discipline for its structure and logic and methods. You analyze कि civil engineering के लिए क्या-क्या civil engineering में क्या-क्या knowledge, क्या-क्या skills, क्या-क्या attitudes चाहिए, that you decide, and then you structure them in a particular logical sequencing them, and then the methods of imparting the instruction. Then the fourth stage is organize contents in logical structure and relationship, from known to unknown, from concrete to abstract, from part to whole. I mean, there are different ways how to logically, from known to unknown means what the student know already, and taking them to the things which is not known to them. Having covered the prerequisites, then only you can go for certain advanced courses. So organization of the contents. Nowhere we have talked, if you look at this model, up to now, we have not touched much about the student or the society. We are not ignoring them, but our primary focus is the discipline, the body of knowledge available in a particular discipline, the relationships between the subjects. Then the fifth step is prepare instructional resources and scheme of curriculum. You prepare the instructional resources, what kind of books, manuals, journals, maybe other sources are required, and then scheme of curriculum, that what will be taught in the first semester, second semester, third semesters, and so on. Then the sixth stage is that of teacher training for effective implementation. You train the teacher into different subject areas which you have identified. If there is a need for training, you try to identify the needs of the training of the teachers for the effective implementation. You have focused on the subjects. Now you focus on whether you are having teachers who can impart instructions, who can implement the curriculum, who are able to impart instruction to the students. And if there are deficiencies, you provide for the training needs. You try to identify the training needs. Then the seventh point is, once you have worked out the resources, you have worked out the structure, you have trained the teachers, you implement on pilot basis in a few institutions. This is the step which we normally overrule. Suddenly the CBSE decides that class 8 के अंदर ये content होने चाहिए, and it is implemented throughout the country. No, it should not be done. This step is normally missed out in our curriculum, in our curriculum implementation, curriculum development process, I would say. The curriculum which you have identified based on the subject specialization has to be implemented as a sample in few institutions on pilot basis, and then it has to be evaluated, identify the gaps, and give the feedback to the curriculum designers or the people who have done the need analysis part. This feedback has to go to them, and then again it has to be revised, and then if the need be, the revision can be at this stage of analysis. Maybe your analysis of the subjects was not done properly. Maybe your organization of the contents were not logical. They were not structured properly. There was loose relationship between the different subjects or the topics. The gap, there can be feedback about the preparation of instructional resources. Everything was all right, but the resources were not sufficiently developed. I have seen it happening, many times a new curriculum has come and the book is not available in the market, or the lab manual is not available in the market. The students are finding it very, very hard to study, and the teacher are also finding it hard to teach the subjects because instructional sources are not available. Then the teacher training, everything is available, but your teacher is not trained to handle those subjects or topics. So the feedback can give you feedback from the pilot institutions where you have tried out this curriculum. This will give you the feedback that the teachers are not trained, the resources are not available, contents are not logically arranged, or maybe there was some problem in the analysis. Some parts were so important which you have not covered in the curriculum. Once that stage of pilot study has been done, then you go for the final preparation of the final document for full-scale implementation. After giving feedback and revision and editing, then you prepare the final document for full-fledged implementation of the curriculum. So this is the basically flow chart for the curriculum development process when you use subject specialization model for curriculum design. And as I mentioned, there are merits and demerits of each model. Let me share with you the merits, first of all, of this model. If you choose body of knowledge as your data source, especially in the primary classes our emphasis is largely upon, right or wrong, I'm not talking about that, but largely we want to develop certain faculties, certain knowledge and skills, preparing the primary schools education system, or maybe secondary school education system also for the higher education. So we are focusing not much on the student and the society, but we are focusing on the subjects. These are the basically advantages, merits, and strengths of this model. Number one is subject areas represent a systematic and efficient way to help students learn cultural heritage. This is the advantage of this model. Then knowledge of subject and intellect process inherent within them forms an essential foundation of schooling. Essential foundation of schooling. I must, share my experience here, my own observations on the system of education in India. When I see the school education system in India up to, let us say, 10+2, I would say CBSE, and the other boards, other state boards and national boards of school education system, they are doing extremely good. And NCERT, supported by the instructional material prepared and distributed by the NCERT, is just par excellent. They are far, ahead than our university education system, even as far as the curriculum design is concerned. I can easily compare the school education system in India with other countries, even the developed countries, so-called developed countries like Germany, like USA, Canada, when we talk about UK or Australia or Japan, our school education system up to 10+2 is far superior than even those countries, developed countries also. Because we have chosen probably NCERT and CBSE and other boards, state boards have chosen this particular model for the curriculum design, where all the essential foundation of schooling is provided to the student. Up to 10th, the student have sufficiently founded himself, and now he can take off, especially after 10+2, he can take off and choose any area of specialization where he wants to settle down. If he wants to go for the engineering profession, he can. If he wants to go for the medical profession, he can. If he wants to go for the commerce or law or for any other administration or any other profession, your 10th class enables him. So this is a very big advantage, advantage of this model. Then the third very big advantage is, since there is a long historical tradition of designing curriculum, upon this foundation, teachers are educated in this way, and most prevalent material and resources of school are developed on this basis. We have been all trained in our school education system based on the subject as a data source for the curriculum design. And teachers are educated, teachers themselves are educated, and there's a lot of material available in the market, so it becomes very easy for the implementation. Then it is convenient. It is convenient and easy way to administer curriculum in the school. This is a very easy way to administer the curriculum. Very, very easy. If you are just having subjects, the knowledge and skills identified or organized, it can be very easily implemented. These are the advantages. The disadvantages of this model are it compartmentalizes and fragments the knowledge. You are studying history, you are studying geography. When you are studying history, there are certain aspects of geography required to be taught when you are teaching the history. There are certain aspects of history which has to be taught when you are studying, let us say, geography. Similarly, when you are studying science, you are studying science separately and mathematics separately. You require to have certain elements of mathematics are required for the study of science. But then in this model, we compartmentalize various subject areas of the courses. This is one of the disadvantage, and the teacher often find it hard to make proper linkages of the subjects. Then it is removed from the real world. You are not concerned about the students, you are not concerned about what's required by the industry, you are concerned about the subjects. So it is little removed from the real world. If you understand these advantages and disadvantages of each model, you can devise a design overcoming the disadvantages and taking the advantage of each of this model. This is what we do in this institute when we design the curriculum. Another disadvantage of this model is it pays inadequate attention to the abilities, needs, interests, and past experiences of the student. Everyone in the class will go through these 6 subjects or 7 subjects. We are not, and they have the same contents and everything is same. We are not concerned about their abilities, needs, interests, and past experience. We don't pay much heed to that. It is an inefficient arrangement for the student, one which is alien to the way students learn in more natural setting. Nowadays, there are many schools, I know, for example, in Chandigarh, they say that we have a playway style of teaching learning process. When the students are playing, they are interested to learn. While playing, they learn in the natural setting. But then this model doesn't, permit that. It encourages a passive and somewhat superficial approach to learning. Passive. The students are not that active in this learning. Usually, the methods which you decide to implement the curriculum based on this model does not promote too much of student-centered activities. Coverage of content is more important than depth of understanding by the student. You have covered the subject because you are already focusing on the content, the body of knowledge. How much the student have understood is not given that much of importance. This is the disadvantage. But if you know the disadvantage, you can overcome them. And then too much of crowding, overcrowding of each subject, because you have tendency to include everything in each course, in each of the subject. You want, body of knowledge is so vast. If you are focusing on this model, you have a tendency to overcrowd. Ye bhi aana chahiye. You want to, the student should learn this, that, everything you want to include in the curriculum. So the curriculum becomes very, very crowded. So this is what the model is. And let me share with you, I told you, our school education system is largely focusing on this model. But then I have seen, being a member of the board of studies of some universities, that they also largely, when they take a decision, largely they focus on this model only. This should not be, but in university education system also, when I attend the meetings of the board of studies of the BTech programs or MTech programs, I see that the people talk about the subjects. People rarely talk about the students and the societal need. The second model is based upon the database, which is a student or the individual need database. Individual here stands for the learner, the student. We focus on everything on the student. And here is the flow chart. We begin with identification of needs and interests of the student. Now, if you recall, the first step of the subject-based model, it was entirely different. Now here, your first step starts with identification of needs and interest of the student, the learner. Uski needs kya hai? Uska interest kya hai? The second one is group students according to similar interests and need. Let us say we group the student. These are the students who are interested to learn law. These are the students who are interested to learn engineering. In engineering, these are the students who want to learn electronics and communication. These are the students who want to learn mechanical engineering. So we do the in-depth analysis and then group the students according to the similar interest and the needs. Then the third stage is select appropriate contents and learning experience from different fields relevant to the needs and interest of the group. Now, if you look at the whole flow chart, everything revolves around the students. Select appropriate content and learning experience from different fields relevant to the needs and interest of the group of students who want to opt for a particular program. That is the fourth stage is organize teaching learning activities for each group. You organize a teaching learning activity for each group and then implement the program. Then feedback and evaluation of the program, run it on a pilot basis, and then get the feedback and evaluate the program. And then if there is a need for revision, the feedback may pertain to maybe the contents and needs and interest of the students were not properly done, or maybe you were not able to organize teaching learning activities, you were not able to organize the contents parts, or maybe there may be some problem with the implementation of the program, which can be n number of things may be there. And then you again revise. Advantages, merits and strengths of this model are: number one, learning is personalized. One of the basic principles of education is each individual is a unique learner. Now, when you are choosing this model for your curriculum design, you are addressing the needs and interest of the group of students of similar interests and needs. So learning is personalized to the large extent. It is more relevant, meaningful. Student need, interest, abilities, and experience. Then students are intrinsically motivated because the whole program is according to their needs and that. Students are intrinsically motivated. You don't have to force the student to learn. In the previous case, the students were not much interested in many subjects. It is an active process of students. Students are more active. Emphasis is upon development of individual potentials. The emphasis is not coverage of course, coverage of the knowledge and skills. The emphasis is on individual potential and their growth and development. The process skills are developed, which enable students to cope more adequately with the demands of life. Once the students are, having confidence that they can do A kind of activities, they will be confident that they will be able to do B, C, or D, or meet any kind of life challenges. This is a very important advantage of this model. This model promotes the student growth, especially higher education system at the level of MTech or PhD. This model, I personally feel, should be used very largely. The disadvantages of this model, there are certain disadvantages and demerits of these models are also. Some critics charge that such a design does not prepare adequately for life, since it neglects social goals of education and cultural heritage of humankind. Some of the people feel that this model neglects the goals of education. Goals of education says that the student must know this body of knowledge, they must be educated, but then this model does not talk about that. This model is focusing on the interests and needs of the students. And then cultural heritage of mankind is also neglected. Student experience a curriculum which does not assure learning outcome common to all students. You are now trying to address the needs of individual students. It may not be that all the students in the class may be having same kind of learning outcomes. May not produce intellectual abilities or any organized body of knowledge. Intellectually, or any, it has a tendency, this model has a tendency to neglect certain body of knowledge, because your focus is only on the student, not on the body of knowledge. The activities are often inadequately organized and do not assure that the curriculum will provide any defined scope and sequence of learning. A series of unexamined examples may not produce intellectual abilities or any organized body of knowledge. Then one of the disadvantages is resources can be very expensive. This is a very there is a I just now shared that our school education system in India is one of the best, maybe better than many developed countries, but our higher education system is far behind than the developed nations like USA. Why people go to USA, UK, Australia, or Germany, or Japan, or developed countries for higher education is because there those countries are able to afford this model. Largely in many universities, especially in the professional colleges, in the developed countries, they use this model and they have the resources to provide the individual needs and interests of the students, which in India we fail to do it. Barring aside a few institutions like AIMS in medical profession, IITs or IIMs or the School of Laws, some commercial commerce-based institutions, generally that amount of resources are not adequate to be able, that's so that we can run this model. For example, being a civil engineer, how many choices a conventional, a regular engineering college is able to provide? Probably at most 1 or 2 electives, and that also is forced upon the student that you take up this elective, all the classes taking that elective. There is not much of flexibility depending on the needs and interests. But if you go to the BITS Pilani or IITs or AIMS or many other institutions, IIMs, in each semester, the students are given a lot of flexibility because we are now focusing on the interests and needs of the students. The core has to be given to everyone, but then besides the core, other subjects to the extent of about, I would say 40 to 60% is given as a flexibility. But that flexibility cannot be exercised by many polytechnics and engineering colleges because they require a lot of laboratories, a lot of teachers, a lot of infrastructure and books and other things. Then another disadvantage is heavy demand upon the most skillful teachers. When you are addressing the needs of the students, then it is a heavy demand on teachers to come up to the aspirations of the individual students. Then this design contradicts the academic structure which we are used to in this country. But then there are ways how you can have more and more institutions where the flexibility is added. Then the interrelationship among the curriculum elements in this design are very loose. Interrelationships among the curriculum areas is very loose. Now the third model is social demand or job analysis model. When we are focusing our curriculum decision not on students, not on subjects, but we all the time focus on what are the needs of the potential employers or the societal needs. What is the need of the society? Now let me give you the flow chart for this model. The first step, the starting point is conduct feasibility study and occupational analysis. We start with occupational analysis. In a particular occupation, what is the feasibility of designing and running a program? We start with that. In the first case, our starting point was goals of the education. In the second model, it was interest and needs of the student or the individual or the learner. Now in this model, the starting point is occupational analysis. formulate job clusters, that we have so many occupations. These occupations can come under one cluster. These occupations can be clubbed under another cluster. These occupations can be clubbed under another cluster. Maybe somebody is having a cluster of civil engineering or mechanical engineering, different disciplines, or maybe medicine. In medicine also different clusters. Maybe somebody is interested only in the eyes, somebody is only interested in the dental, somebody is only interested in the internal medicine. In the job clusters also, you try to formulate the different job clusters, and then analyze job clusters into activities, knowledge, skills, and attitudes, equipment, technology, information, and infrastructure. I will not go in the details because Dr. A.B. Gupta ji must have talked to you about yesterday about the need analysis. This is exactly what he meant to do after you have done the job clusters. Then the fourth step is develop education and training objectives. This step is the most important in all the three models. Developing education and training objective, which is the first element in any design. If you remember, I gave you 9 elements of the curriculum design. The first element is objectives, that is develop education and training objectives. Whatever model you choose, this element has to be kept in mind. Develop instructional package, that is organize content and instructional resources in a particular sequence, and then teacher training for effective curriculum implementation, then pilot tryout in selected institutions and feedback. And the feedback can go to various stages, and then finalize instructional package for wider dissemination. So when you are using this model, largely in professional engineering colleges, professional programs, may it be any profession, this is a model which is largely used, especially at the undergraduate level, or what we call as BTech or diploma levels. This model has advantages. This emphasizes on problem solving abilities, which is the requirement of the industry. The student find easy placements. Students are actively involved because they also understand that if we are taking interest in the program, we will be appropriately placed in the industry. The design contributes in a significant way to the improvement in the society, because there will be the financial growth of the families. You are focusing on the placement of the student in this model largely. So the society in general, the living standards will also be improving. This model has certain disadvantages also. Number one is superficial treatment of the content. You have a tendency to ignore. Content are taken care of by the first model largely. But then if you are aware of this disadvantage, you can cover this disadvantage. Then reduction of unity of content. Again, in this model also, there is a disintegration of the subjects, that is a fragmentation of the subjects. A industry has this requirement, B industry has this requirement. You have a tendency to include the requirements of A industry, B industry, and so on. And then the contents gets fragmented. The students are not able to find a relationship between the contents. A fear that the focus of study can indoctrinate students to existing conditions and thus prepare them for status quo rather than improvement in the society. Largely students coming out from the undergraduate program, only few of them, they like to go for the higher studies. This is a disadvantage of this model. This is, we like it or not, but this is a disadvantage. Large amount of students coming out of the engineering colleges, medical colleges, and they like to go through the research. It can also provide inadequate exposure to cultural heritage. We have tendency to ignore the cultural heritage. We focus mostly on specific job cluster or the industrial need of that job cluster. Other things are also important, but then those are ignored. It is also criticized because as compared to traditional approaches, in this approach, teachers are not prepared to teach or are the usual resources, nor are the usual resources available. So whatever are the needs of the society or a profession, teachers coming out from the college and start teaching in the college may not be aware about those needs. And the type of industrial need, the type of the equipment, the type of machinery, which is available in the industry, it is very, very hard to bring about the same type of infrastructure, same type of tools, machinery and equipment in the college to train the student on that. It is very, very hard, and many times the teachers are also not trained for the field or the industrial practices. So this is a disadvantage again. My dear friends, based upon these three models, there are many other models which have now come up, and many, many more frameworks. For example, in India, we are now, AICT is emphasizing, NSDA is emphasizing on NSQF framework, that is National Skill Qualification Framework for Curriculum Design, Implementation and its Evaluation. Though they do not specify the curriculum design, but then NSQF is specifying the framework for different levels of education in a particular discipline from level 1 to 10. There is going to be a complete session on NSQF, so I will not go in the details. But then based on the merits and demerits of various models, in this institute, we have developed a model for curriculum design. Let me share with you that model. I'll take only maybe another 5 to 10 minutes only to explain this model. We start with the constraint. What are the constraints under which the curriculum has to be designed? I will go in the details also, but first of all, let us try to understand. Then we determine the educational objectives. Educational objectives, and then the program objectives. What are the objectives of the overall education, and what are the objectives of the program which we are designing? We keep in mind these two things. Then conducting job, market or social survey, listing out the activities the students are supposed to perform when they are passing out from a diploma or an engineering institute. We conduct or we do the survey, or we invite the experts in the industry to know their requirement for technical programs. Then we, in this institute, when we design the diploma or degree program in technical areas, we determine the program objectives. There is a difference between educational objectives and the program objectives. Program objectives are very specific to the profession. Educational objectives are broad objectives which enables one to fulfill the aspirations of the society at large, not for that particular profession. Then we analyze the activities into knowledge, skills, and attitudes. We try to understand that if these are the functions a student have to perform, what kind of knowledge, what kind of skills, and what kind of attitudes are required. Based upon that, we draw a competency profile. That this is the competency profile for which we are designing a program. Once the competency profile is designed, to my mind, your curriculum design is almost done. If you are very sure that I am designing a program for these objectives, and to fulfill these objectives, this is the knowledge, this is the skill, these are the attitudes which must be possessed by the students, then your almost 80 to 90% of the job in curriculum design is done. Then you assess the entry behavior, which is part of your constraint also, that you are designing a program for 10 plus students or 10 plus 2 or whatever the level. Then determine the curriculum area or subjects. What will come in the first semester, what will come in the second semester. You organize them, and then determine the scope and contents of the subject. Each subject, its scope which will be based on the learning outcome of the course or the subject, and then the contents of the subject. Work out the time required for each topic, and then each course or a subject, and then the total courses in a particular term. So this is very important. This is another element. Time was the element, if you remember, out of the 9 elements. So you have worked out the time required, and then horizontal and vertical organization of the curriculum areas. I have already explained it to you. Then developing study scheme, that is evaluation scheme, that how will you evaluate the student? How do you make sure that whatever you wanted to teach them, the student have learned? It can be sessional evaluation, that is ongoing, regular basis, and end term, that is the final evaluation student at the end of the semester or the term, maybe annual or maybe semester, whatever the terms you have decided. Then working out the resources for effective implementation. What kind of equipment, what kind of labs, what kind of offices, classrooms, drawing halls, workshops, playgrounds, every kind of resource, library, the resources in the library, the teaching, learning, media, whatever resources you feel are essential for effective implementation, that you try to work out. We in this institute try to follow this model. I told you we'll be talking little details on the constraints. Usually these are the types of constraints which has to be kept in mind when you begin the design. Duration of the program pattern, that is regular or part-time or sandwich or a modular. What kind of program? In this institute we have regular, we have part-time, or what we call them a modular program also. Sandwich programs are when for example, BITS Plani is following the sandwich pattern, in which part of the studies are done in the college, and then the students are sent to the industries, and then they come back and do the academic. So it is basically a sandwich program. One of the constraints can be entry qualification of the student. Constraints can be teaching and evaluation system. You want to have annual, semester, trimester, or any other system. This the client have to decide that how they want to examine the student or how they want to evaluate the student. Constraints of resources, media, culture, and location. There can be many constraints related to resources available. I can design a program which can be highly flexible, but will not be practical. So the client will tell me that, we have this kind of resources, we have this kind of media, this is a culture in our institute, this is a location. Location is also a constraint. A program in a desert, a program in a coastal area, a program in the hills, a program in the plains, will be different. Can be different. So there has to be certain constraints related to that. Then determining the program objectives, certificate, diploma, degree, undergraduate program, degree program we call them, undergraduate program also, postgraduate or doctoral program or postdoctoral program also level. Depending on the level, we define the program objectives. Activity analysis into knowledge case and attitude, we talk about that. Then draw competency profile, derive curriculum areas, and determine the course or subject details. My dear friends, I have been talking to you about the flexibility in the curriculum design. This is very important. One of the way of introducing the flexibility is by introducing the MPECS system, multi-point entry and credit system. This is a system, multi-point entry. The students can enter at any level, and credit system means each course has certain credit attached to it. For fulfilling the requirements of the university for the award of a degree, you decide that the student must have possessed so many number of credits if you want to award him a undergraduate or a BTech degree, or so many credits he has to attain for awarding him a master's level degree or for a diploma. For example, UGC defines probably somewhere near 165 or 170 credits the student must accumulate to be able to award a BTech degree. these regulations by the UGC and by the AICT or by the national bodies of accreditation may vary from time to time. But then multi-point entry credit system give you flexibility that you can choose the credits as per your needs and interests. You can, for example, if a student of BSc, a BSc non-medical want to pursue BTech, he might have earned some credits which is equivalent to the credit of your first year courses. Similarly, a student of diploma may like to pursue his undergraduate program. He already must have earned some credits when he was doing diploma. So you give him credit for the credit already earned by him, and he can earn the rest number of credits. But then there has to be some maximum and minimum number of credits if you are choosing this method. And then there should be a flexibility of auditing a subject also. In MPCS, auditing a subject is a very important component. But when we say auditing a subject, it means though the student might have covered the required number of credits from different areas, for example, core or HSS or optional. In addition to that, the student may like to audit a subject for which a student may opt for a subject in which he or she has interest, but its credit will not be counted towards the evaluation. He is simply interested in the subject to have because of his or her knowledge, interest. He may audit a subject, but then its credit may not be added. He can go beyond the maximum level of credits which he can undertake, but then those will not be considered for the evaluation. For giving him the CPA. CPA is, I have given the formula here, how you calculate CPA here. It is a sigma of percentage of marks obtained in a particular course, number of credits in that course divided by total number of credits in a particular term. Then if you want to implement MPCS, there has to be very strong counseling cell for registration and counseling of the student. My dear friends, this is the model which I have explained to you. We follow in this institute, starting with the constraints, driving educational objectives, and doing the market survey. We analyze the market job requirement into activities, and activities, in order to perform those activities, we analyze what kind of knowledge, skills, and attitudes are required. Then we determine the program objectives, determine the curriculum areas. We keep in mind the general studies, applied sciences, engineering, basic engineering, applied engineering, specialized engineering, all these things support these kind of activities. Then determine the scope and content of the subjects, and in each subject we try to work out the rationale, instructional objectives, or the course objectives, what we call as detailed contents, instructional strategies, instructional material and books, table of specifications to evaluate the student. And we say that then we try to work out the time required to implement this curriculum, each of the course. If the time required is okay, we go further. Otherwise, we go back to the program objectives and we try to modify the contents. And then we horizontally and vertically place the subject, prepare a study and evaluation scheme, how to assess the student on continuous basis and how to evaluate the student at the end term. Then the resources required to implement the curriculum, then strategies for effective implementation, validation of curriculum design, and then curriculum development, acquiring the resources, implement the curriculum in pilot basis, and then evaluation of the curriculum. These are basically, a flow chart of the model which we advocate and which we follow in this institute and NITTTR while designing the curriculum. My dear friends, let me just have a very quick recall on what we have covered up to now in this, or what we covered in this session, I would say. We have covered the various elements of curriculum design. Then we have covered the basic 3 models based on the data source. Your data source can be subject or the body of knowledge. Your data source can be individual or the students. Your data source can be society or the potential employers. And then we have also studied the, in details, the merits and demerits of each model, and also the model which we follow in this institute, which is a combination of all the 3 models, I would say. It has the merits of all the 3 models. Thank you so much. If there are any questions from your end, please feel free to ask me. Can we go to one of the centers maybe? City Institute?
This is Hisar.
Hisar. At Hisar, is there any question on curriculum design, ma'am?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
No, sir, it was well explained. Thank you very much. No questions from our side.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I really appreciate that you appreciate this session. If there is any question, you can get back to me again.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Can we go to some maybe City Institute?
This is from Sir.
Ahmad Institute in Maharashtra. Any questions from your side?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, a very fine presentation, sir. If you could make available these PPTs to us, that will be more beneficial for us.
I will be able to supply you all the detailed contents. I am happy that you are able to listen, and I am also today able to listen to you. Yesterday we were not able to listen to you. I am so happy. I will be providing you the detailed contents of each of my presentations here. Much more than what we have talked here. You kindly write to me if you want any kind of details. Okay. You have my email. I gave you my email. I can give you again. It is pksingla@gmail.com. You can write me anything you want on curriculum. I can supply you the information.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Here is my email. If you notice.
Hello. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, I would like to. You told a point called auditing the subjects.
Yes.
Could you throw some more light on it? Audit subject.
For example, in IITs, in BITS Pilani, in many of the NITTs, there is a restriction of maximum number of credits the student can undertake. For example, they say, let's say a figure of 28 credits, that the student cannot take more than 28 credits. Or towards the calculation of his CPA, जो उसकी टोटल कैलकुलेशन है सीपीए की, उसके लिए उसको 170 क्रेडिट चाहिए. But he or she, a particular student, is interested some more credits, which is in the curriculum, but then he has already surpassed the maximum number of credits which he can undertake. So in that case, he can take a subject, an additional subject, for which he is not worried about कि इसकी देखो कितने marks आएंगे, whether this will be counted in my CPA or no. But he can undertake that subject. He can request the authorities that I want to go through this subject and audit this subject. We call it auditing of a subject. Is it clear to you?
Thank you, sir.
For example, when I was doing my BTech, I was more interested into a subject. I did my civil engineering, BTech in civil engineering. I was very much keen to know more things on town planning. Town planning was not offered as a credit course for calculation for the purpose of SCA. But then few students audited that subject to understand the master plan of the Chandigarh city given by Le Corbusier. Is it clear to you now?
Yes, sir. Sir, it means I can say that auditing a subject means its credits are not important. The thing is, if students are interested in subject,
credits are not counted for the calculation of CPA.
Okay,
But
okay.
you earn that credit when you are appearing for an interview. You say that these are my CPA, but I have audited 3 extra subjects. So you have an edge over the other students.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. For example, in BITS Pilani, a student pursuing a BTech degree in electronics he or she can also take he can other subjects, for example, in computer science, in IT. And let us say if he or she audit 3 subjects in IT, he can sit in the placement for the IT industries also, telling him that though I possess electronics degree, but I have audited these 3 subjects also. Or he can sit in the mechanical engineering, particular industry also, if he or she audited some subject, if he is able to convince that the industry that I have done this thing also. Are you with me now? Understand? Yeah. Okay. Any other question from any other center?
Good morning, sir. This is Amit Kumar from Kite, Ghaziabad.
Okay.
We have seen multiple models in which we have gone through model which has taken care of the interest of the students. We have gone through the model which has taken care of the skill which is required by the student. But can we have a model which can predict the upcoming goals of the society so that we can predict the technological requirement of the society as per that?
Yes. Yes. If you look at the first, I gave you the first, overall curriculum design. We start with the values of a society. When I say value, it also talks about the technological developments taking place. Probably what you are talking about is the second model. We have to focus more on that, the needs of society, the technological development taking place in the society.
It was regarding the current requirement of the society, but
Not only the current. When I say, if you see the characteristics of the curriculum, it means current as well as futuristic needs of the society as well.
thank you very much.
Okay. All right, friends, we'd like to close the session for a tea break, and we will reassemble at 11:35 maybe. I give 10 minutes break so that we have a session at, we started a little late in this session, so I have to overshoot my session. We start at 11:35. Dr. A.B. Gupta ji will be talking to you about curriculum implementation in this session. So we have 10 minutes break. 11:35 we meet again. Thank you, ji.
Thank you, sir.
अच्छा मनु सडन ब्लो है यार अच्छा ये कितना होया अच्छा साइन कर दो प्लीज आता मनु हम बस था यहाँ पे
डायरेक्शन आईसी जी आप रिसीव करो किसी को
हैं जी
डायरेक्शन आईसी जी
अच्छा
जितने भी है जो भी आप जानते हैं
ये सर हमने मैं लगा दूं ये कहाँ पे स्लॉट यार देखो थोड़ा
उधर सर आगे सबसे इधर
इसी साइड हाँ ठीक है पहले वाला
ऐसे कुर्सी पे लगा दीजिए
curriculum implementation. कनेक्टेड हैं सभी
अभी एक
देखो
बाकी 4
4 आर कनेक्टेड
स्टार्ट कर दीजिए
So my friends, welcome back. I hope all the nodal centers are connected, and we start with this very important session on curriculum implementation. Today in the morning, my colleague Professor P.K. Singla discussed with you various curriculum design models, and keeping in mind the level of the program, keeping in mind the type of competencies that we want to develop amongst the students, we select a particular model, and using that model, we design the curriculum. Now, as you know that yesterday we discussed about various stages of curriculum development process, and you know that there are 4 stages of curriculum development. The first stage we discussed yesterday, that is need analysis. We analyze the needs of designing a curriculum. We analyze the need of revising the curriculum. What sort of employment avenues are there for the students if they undergo a particular program? What type of technological advancements are taking place in that particular discipline? What is the competency profile of the pass outs from a particular program? So all these things are analyzed at this first stage, which is need analysis. After that, you have that curriculum design. You actually identify the subjects that need to be taught. You identify the detailed contents, how much time is to be provided for individual subjects, and what will be the method of evaluating the students. So this is the curriculum design stage. And after this design stage, your curriculum document is ready. Then, my friends, after curriculum design, you have a very important stage and very, very critical stage, which is called curriculum implementation, which I will be discussing in this particular session, where you are actually putting the things in, where you are actually using your resources. And then after implementation, another stage, that is curriculum evaluation. If there are any problems during the implementation stage, you identify those problems and try to take remedial action. So 4 stages. Again, I'm sharing with you the fact that there are 4 stages: need analysis, curriculum design, curriculum implementation, and curriculum evaluation. In this session, my focus will be on the 3rd stage and very, very crucial stage, that is curriculum implementation. Now, first of all, let me share with you what we actually mean by curriculum implementation. What is curriculum implementation? See, implementation, it means that you are putting all your resources into action. When all your faculty members, staff members, they are working you are using your infrastructure, the laboratory facilities, the workshop facilities, the students are attending the classes. So all your infrastructure facilities in the institute, they are being put to use. You are putting them into practice. It is there that curriculum implementation is taking place. So when you are putting into practice the course of study, the syllabus, subjects, and using all your resources, whatever is available in the institute, implementation is taking place. Now there are two very important things in implementation. ये देखिए आप, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें हैं दो कि जब कब हो रहा है करिकुलम इंप्लीमेंटेशन. One thing is that students must acquire knowledge, skills, and attitude. If implementation is taking place in your institute, then students are acquiring certain knowledge, skills, or we are trying to develop certain attitude amongst the students. So that means actually that curriculum implementation is not a one-way process. It is not only simply teaching. Learning is much more important. See, you must have seen most of the time during the teaching learning process, the focus is on the teacher. The teacher decides what he has to teach, at what pace he has to teach. Whereas actually in teaching learning process, the focus should be on the students. The focus should be on the learners. So if implementation is taking place properly or effectively in your organization, then students are learning something. Students are acquiring knowledge. Students are some sort of skills are being developed amongst the students. So this is very important aspect. And then another thing that you have to see whether actual implementation is taking place. You see this very important aspect that during implementation, teachers and students, they interact in a learner-friendly environment. So just visualize whether in your institution, you are having that sort of environment, learner-friendly environment, where if there is any doubt, if the students are not able to understand anything, then students approach the teachers, they interact with the teachers. So this type of scenario, when you have an environment which is learner friendly, students are continuously in touch with the teachers, they are clarifying their doubts. So in this situation, the actual implementation is taking place. So two very important situations. One thing is that if implementation is taking place in your organization, then students are definitely learning something. Some knowledge is being imparted, some skills are being developed, or some attitudes are being developed. And second thing is that there is learner-friendly environment. Teachers and students, they are continuously interacting. So these are the two situations where implementation is taking place. Okay. Now, my friends, let us see what are the steps in curriculum implementation. Now, suppose you have designed the curriculum for a new program, or you have recently revised the curriculum of a program and you want to implement that curriculum. What steps you will take to ensure that your curriculum is implemented properly in your institute? Now, these are very important things. Sometimes you must have seen that your curriculum is well designed, well developed, but so many times we have seen that there are problems in implementation. Due to so many constraints, you are not able to implement the curriculum properly. Even when we talk to the teachers and we try to identify the difficulties being faced by them in the classroom, in the laboratories, so they come up with so many problems. So there are definitely problems, but of course we have solutions for those problems also. But let us see, if you have all the facilities available, then what steps you will take to implement the curriculum properly. Now, the first thing, if you have to implement a curriculum that you have designed recently, or you have revised the existing curriculum and you have to implement it, the first step is analysis of the new curriculum to determine changes. ये सबसे पहला स्टेप है कि आपने अगर कोई सिलेबस है, आपने उसे इंप्लीमेंट करना है, तो आप देखें कि जो नया सिलेबस है और उसको कंपैरिजन करें एग्जिस्टिंग सिलेबस के साथ, तो देखें उसमें क्या क्या, व्हाट आर द चेंजेस in the new curriculum as compared to your existing curriculum. Analyze, make a committee of 4 to 5 teachers, and they analyze, is there any new subject that has been added? Is there any subject that has been deleted? Is there change in the assessment scheme? Is there change in the time allotted to particular subject? So what are the changes in the new curriculum as compared to the existing curriculum? तो ये पहला स्टेप है. एक कमेटी बना के 4 या 5 लोगों का, आप टीचर्स का ग्रुप बना के आप आइडेंटिफाई करें व्हाट आर द चेंजेस इन द कैरिकुलम. ये फर्स्ट स्टेप है. ओके, देन द नेक्स्ट स्टेप इज, और ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेप है जो मैं आपके साथ शेयर कर रहा हूं, ओरिएंटेशन ऑफ फैकल्टी अबाउट सेलिएंट फीचर्स ऑफ कैरिकुलम. अगर आप रिवाइज्ड कैरिकुलम को आप इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में, देन प्लीज टेक दिस वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेप, ओरिएंटेशन ऑफ फैकल्टी अबाउट द सेलिएंट फीचर्स ऑफ कैरिकुलम. See what we are doing generally, that if we revise the curriculum and we have to implement it, we give a copy of the syllabus of a particular subject area to the concerned teacher. That is perfectly all right, but at the same time I will say all the faculty members, they should not only know what changes are there in the syllabus related to their subject, but in all the subject areas, what sort of changes are there, what are the broad features, salient features of the new curriculum that every faculty member, every staff member should know. So my friends, we recommend that all the faculty members and even staff members, there should be orientation by head of department or by principal of the institute regarding what are the salient features of the new curriculum or revised curriculum. क्या क्या उसमें हमने नई चीजें डाली हैं नए कैरिकुलम में. कोई अगर हमने प्रोजेक्ट वर्क नया ऐड किया है, कोई लेबोरेटरीज हैं या कुछ प्रैक्टिकल्स नए ऐड किए हैं, या कोई अलग से एक्टिविटी हम डिफरेंट एक्टिविटी देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, कोई नया इलेक्टिव हमने ऐड किया है, और and what sort of competencies will be developed amongst the student after undergoing this program. So please share all this information with all the faculty members and all the staff member. ये बहुत important step है. So I might be teaching a particular subject area, but if I know what are the broad changes in the curriculum, what are the salient features of the curriculum, what we have to achieve after teaching all these subjects. So if the teachers have clarity about all these things, then they are in a better position to implement the curriculum. So orientation of faculty and staff related to salient features of curriculum, very important step, which we are, I feel most of the time institutions, they are missing out this step, and that is why they are not able to implement the curriculum properly. And then my friends, organization of resources, a very important step, organization of resources. See, so many times you might not be having the equipment, the instruments may not be there, or some facilities may not be there, even simple laboratory may not be there, workshop may not be there. So you have to organize all these facilities. It may take some time, but you have to plan that, okay, in the first year we will buy this equipment, by second year we will develop this laboratory or workshop. So you have to organize various resources in a phased manner. And if there are certain constraints, maybe there are financial constraints, then our suggestion is that you must tie up with some other technical institution, some other organization, with some industry, where you can actually demonstrate to the students some equipment, how a particular thing is working, so that desired knowledge is imparted and skills are developed. So you have to, or when I say organization of resources, that means you have to procure the facilities, or you have to harness the resources so that the desired competencies are developed amongst the students. Organization of resources is very, very important. The head of the institute, he or she has to, after consulting with the department colleagues, they have to plan how to procure the resources. Then my friends, training of faculty in emerging areas. ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेप है. अगर हमने कैरिकुलम को रिवाइज किया है, so ultimately if some new subject has been added, then definitely some teacher will also be identified. एक किसी टीचर को हम कह रहे हैं कि आपने ये नया सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाना है, and teacher will say, sir, I am not trained in this area, I cannot handle this subject. So as head of department or being director or principal of the institute, now you have to ensure that your faculty members are trained to deal with all the subjects. So you have to, in a very phased manner, you have to plan for the training of faculty and staff members in the emerging area or related to the subjects that are introduced in the curriculum. तो आप प्लान करें कि आपकी फैकल्टी मेंबर ने, अगर एक सब्जेक्ट है, वो थर्ड ईयर में कोई हमने सब्जेक्ट ऐड किया है कैरिकुलम में, तो थर्ड ईयर में अगर किसी टीचर को आपने आइडेंटिफाई किया दैट ही हैज टू टीच दैट सब्जेक्ट and the teacher is not competent to teach that subject, then you have to identify the training requirements of that particular teacher, identify the industry the teacher has to visit or some other organization where the teacher can undergo training. So training of faculty is very, very important if you have to implement the curriculum. Our thumb rule is that at any given point of time, around 10% of your faculty or staff member should be on training. तो अगर हम चाहते हैं कि अगर हम अपना रियली क्वालिटी एजुकेशन दे अपनी इंस्टीट्यूशन में, तो कॉन्टिन्यूसली हमारे फैकल्टी मेंबर्स को एंड अवर स्टाफ मेंबर्स नीड टू बी ट्रेन्ड एंड अपडेटेड इन द एरियाज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी. तो ट्रेनिंग बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. कैरिकुलम को अच्छे ढंग से इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए training is very, very important. And my friends, preparation of instructional resources, ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा issue है as far as curriculum implementation is concerned. So many times, when we add certain subjects in the curriculum, they are quite relevant as far as the expectations of the industry or needs of the industry are concerned. But so many times we see that related textbooks are not available related to a particular subject area, or laboratory manuals are not available, or other instructional material in the form of slides or video films. Not much material is available. And in some cases, we have seen that instructional material is available, but then it is not of desired quality, or the level of the instructional material is not appropriate. मान लीजिए एक कोई पर्टिकुलर सब्जेक्ट एरिया है, हम डिग्री प्रोग्राम में हम ऑफर कर रहे हैं, तो डिग्री लेवल के कॉरस्पॉन्डिंग उस सब्जेक्ट एरिया में कोई टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं है. ऐसे ही डिप्लोमा लेवल के, स्पेशली डिप्लोमा लेवल के कुछ ऐसे सब्जेक्ट एरियाज हैं, यू कैन ऑल्सो विजुअलाइज कि कुछ एरियाज में क्वालिटी बुक्स आर नॉट अवेलेबल, गुड इंस्ट्रक्शनल मटीरियल इज नॉट अवेलेबल. So now if that is the problem, if you identify that good textbooks or laboratory manuals are not available in specific subject areas, then it is the responsibility of the institute to take certain steps in preparing good instructional material. Very, very important. I mean, you have got teachers who are working in your institute for years together. So make a group of teachers maybe one teacher from one particular institute, another teacher from some different institute, and 4 to 5 teachers come together and write 2 to 3 chapters each, and they come out with good instructional material. So preparation of instructional resources is very very important. और अगर हमारे पास अच्छी किताबें नहीं हैं, अच्छे लेबोरेटरी मैनुअल नहीं हैं, तो फिर कहीं ना कहीं पे आपको कैरिकुलम को इम्प्लीमेंट करने में दिक्कत आएगी. तो कई बार हम नोट्स को यूज करते हैं, कुछ और अलग अलग टाइप की असाइनमेंट देने की कोशिश करते हैं. तो लेकिन इंस्ट्रक्शनल मटेरियल बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एनीथिंग विच द स्टूडेंट्स कैन रेफर, कुछ ना कुछ ऐसे उनके पास कुछ मटेरियल डेफिनेटली होना चाहिए जिसको वो क्लासरूम को अटेंड करने के बाद उनको रेफर कर सकें. नोट्स हो, कुछ इंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल हो. सो प्रेपरेशन ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड देन माय फ्रेंड्स, मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ टीचिंग लर्निंग. दिस ऑल्सो यू हैव टू सी कि आप अगर आपका रिवाइज्ड कैरिकुलम है, so you have to ensure HODs and higher authorities, they have to ensure that there are not much problems being faced by faculty or staff members in teaching learning. आप monitor करें, interact with the faculty members and staff members. आप identify करें कि उन्हें पढ़ाने में कोई दिक्कत आ रही है. आप आइडेंटिफाई करें कि उन्हें कोई प्रैक्टिकल करवाने में कहीं पे दिक्कत आ रही है, वर्कशॉप में कोई जॉब्स बनवाने में दिक्कत आ रही है. So what type of difficulties they are facing in teaching learning? So monitor that and try to come out with solution. But please establish a mechanism. That is very important, that you have certain mechanism in your institute to monitor the teaching learning process, especially as I was discussing yesterday, especially if you are going for NBA accreditation. This will be very, very, this aspect will play a very important role, that whether your institute, your departments, they are having a mechanism to monitor the teaching learning process. Are you continuously interacting with the faculty and staff members, trying to identify what are the problems they are facing, whether there is proper infrastructure in your classrooms and laboratories, everything is working all right. So please monitor this teaching learning process. This is very, very important. Now let us identify what are the factors that affect curriculum implementation. I mean, so many times we are getting this feedback from the teachers, sir, we are not having this thing in our institute, we are not having this thing in our department, and that is why I am not able to teach properly. If I am able to get these things, then everything will be all right. So there are so many things, of course. There is always scope for getting more infrastructure, for bringing improvement. But let us try to see what are the main problems, what are the factors that affect curriculum implementation. ऐसी कौन सी चीजें हैं जो हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशन में नहीं है, या जो ऐसे ब्रॉड प्रॉब्लम एरियाज हैं जिसके कारण हम कैरिकुलम को ठीक ढंग से इंप्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाते हैं. So the first parameter, which I think very important, and you will also agree with me, is the resource problem, availability of resources. ये सबसे ज्यादा बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में, and that is why we are not able to implement our curriculum effectively. हम प्रॉपरली पढ़ा नहीं पाते हैं, हम स्किल्स अच्छे ढंग से नहीं डेवलप करवा पाते हैं, बिकॉज लैक ऑफ रिसोर्सेज. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, इक्विपमेंट नहीं है, इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स नहीं है. समटाइम्स द इक्विपमेंट इज देयर. कई बार आप ये भी देखेंगे कि इक्विपमेंट इज देयर बट इट इज नॉट वर्किंग, इट इज नॉट फंक्शनिंग. तो अगर इक्विपमेंट है और काम नहीं कर रहा है, वो भी एक ही बात है. तो रिसोर्स इज ए बिग प्रॉब्लम. अब इसमें व्हाट आई विल सजेस्ट इज कि either you tie up with some other organization, suppose yours is an engineering institute, please try to identify, are there some other institution in the nearby area and if they are having the facilities, your students can go there, their students can come to you if you have certain facilities. तो एक तो ये चीज है कि आप टाई अप करें with other organization, you tie up with certain industries, some organization they have some equipment where you can demonstrate that equipment, so tie up with other organization. At the same time, another thing that I will suggest is that nowadays if you go to YouTube and you access the internet, then there are so many good video films available, and even in certain cases there are films where movie clips are there where you can actually show certain equipment, how it is working, and even performance of certain practical is also. So access all this material on the internet, so you will get a good resources in this context on the website. So please make use of all those resources. Please make use of all those films and movie clips, and even our institute, whatever material, whatever programs we are organizing, we are putting all these films on our institute website. And at the same time, we have developed a entirely new website. It is called NCTEL. NCTEL. So all the films, all the sessions that we are engaging, we are putting these video films on the NCTEL website. So you can access that website. So if you are having problem as far as resources are concerned, infrastructure is concerned, so I will suggest you make use of all the video films, video clips on the websites, and so that the desired knowledge and skills are developed amongst the students. So this is but anyhow, I appreciate the fact that resource is a big problem. ये resource की बहुत ज़्यादा हमारे institution में problem है, और जिसके कारण curriculum को implement करने में काफी दिक्कत आती है. And then, my friends, another factor affecting curriculum implementation is motivated teachers. टीचर्स की तो प्रॉब्लम है ही. कई बार आप देखेंगे so many times when we visit various institution, many times I mean when we ask the teacher how many people are there working in your department, in some situation only actually the number of people who are working is only 50% of the sanctioned strength. So 40-50% की जो स्ट्रेंथ है इस पे हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशन काम कर रही है काफी इंस्टीट्यूशन में. सो एक तो फैकल्टी और स्टाफ मेंबर्स की ही प्रॉब्लम है, बट एट द सेम टाइम व्हाट आई एम फोकसिंग हियर इज whatever teachers are available in your institute, they have to be motivated. अगर हमारे जितने भी टीचर्स हैं, अगर एक दो हमारे टीचर्स कम भी हैं हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में, but if they are motivated, they are enthusiastic, and they are determined that whatever curriculum objectives are there, whatever program objectives are there, we will achieve those objectives, then my friends you will be able to implement the curriculum. So ये motivation, teachers के अंदर motivation और commitment बहुत important है. Whatever is the number of teacher, एक दो कम है कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बट अगर मोटिवेटेड टीचर्स हैं और अच्छे कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ, कोऑपरेशन के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, देन यू विल बी एबल टू अचीव द करिकुलम ऑब्जेक्टिव. बट दिस फैक्टर इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट we are in need of motivated teachers in our institutions. And then, my friends, students also play a very important role in curriculum implementation. Students are important factor in curriculum implementation. Now, how the students play a role in curriculum implementation? This is with regard to the level of the student. See, we are expecting that the students we are getting in our institution, they should be of desired level. एक उनका एक normal सा level हो. अगर 10+2 का बच्चा आ रहा है हमारे institution में, we are expecting that 10+2 level, he must be conversant with the subjects of physics or chemistry or mathematics. But if that level is not there, then we are spending a lot of time in our institute to bring that student to the desired level. because the student will not be able to comprehend. Even certain situation I have seen that students are from rural background, they are not able to communicate effectively with the teachers. They are not able to understand what the teachers are saying. So a lot of problems, a lot of issues related to the students. Students are very important factor in curriculum implement. If you are getting students as per desired entry level, कि एक उनका नॉर्मल लेवल है जो हम एक्सपेक्टेशन है, हमें बहुत ऐसा नहीं है कि बहुत ज्यादा इंटेलिजेंट बच्चा है, बहुत ब्राइट स्टूडेंट है, बट एक नॉर्मल लेवल का भी हमें हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशन में एक स्टूडेंट मिल रहा है फॉर द डिजायर्ड प्रोग्राम, देन वी कैन हम उसे एक उसके बाद 3 साल या 4 साल के बाद we can bring him to the desired level. So student level, entry level is very very important. और अगर हमें ठीक बच्चे मिल रहे हैं तो हमें उन्हें पढ़ाने में, उनके अंदर नॉलेज और स्किल डेवलपमेंट करने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं आएगी. My friend, leadership also plays a big important role. Curriculum को अच्छे ढंग से implement करना है तो leadership is very important. And when I say this word leadership doesn't mean only one person. It doesn't mean only director or principal of the institute. Leadership at various levels. Of course, at institute level, the director or the principal is the leader. But at the department level, head of department is the leader. And at classroom level, teacher is the leader. So in all the situation, we have to show these the leadership qualities. Now, especially in curriculum implementation, when we are talking about curriculum implementation, leadership plays a important role. The type of learning experiences that we can provide to the student, that is very important. We must allow एक अलग ढंग से teaching की जाए. If a teacher is saying, sir, I want to assess the student in a very unique way, innovative way, तो हम उसे अलाउ करें. थोड़ा सा अगर टाइम की भी अगर फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी देना चाहता है, एक टीचर है वो कुछ अलग ढंग से पढ़ा रहा है, एक अलग ढंग से कोई अलग टाइप की एक्सरसाइज है, अलग टाइप की असाइनमेंट है, और थोड़ा सा फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, हम बहुत रिजिड ना हो. अगर हमारे करिकुलम को, ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को हम मीट कर रहे हैं, द टीचर इज एंश्योरिंग दैट वी विल बी एबल टू अचीव द करिकुलम ऑब्जेक्टिव. जो गोल है हमारे सिलेबस के, जो हम पढ़ाना चाहते हैं, वो हम अचीव कर लें. और एट द सेम टाइम अगर थोड़ी सी हम फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दे सकते हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ टाइम, इन टर्म्स ऑफ लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंसेस, इन टर्म्स ऑफ द वे द स्टूडेंट्स आर बीइंग टॉट, या स्टूडेंट को कैसे असेस किया जा रहा है, इसमें हम डेफिनेटली टीचर्स को फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दे सकते हैं. सो लीडरशिप प्लेज ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल इन करिकुलम इंप्लीमेंटेशन. बहुत ज्यादा रिजिड अगर हम करेंगे सिस्टम को तो देन देयर विल बी इंप्लीमेंटेशन इश्यूज. एंड देन माय फ्रेंड्स, लिंकेज विद द इंडस्ट्री, especially when you are going for NBA accreditation. Again, very important from accreditation point of view, to what extent you are linked with the industry. Ultimately, because you see, we are organized, whatever programs you are running in your institute, you are training technical manpower, you are producing technical manpower, but for whom? It is for the industry. So I do not visualize any activity in an organization without the involvement of industry. So please involve the person from the industry in all your activities. Whether you are carrying out some project, students are carrying out some project work, or some skills are being developed, or any other activities, some team activities are being done, and even your classroom activities, maybe you are teaching certain subject, and whatever latest advances are there in that particular subject area, please invite an expert from the industry to share his view. You are teaching a particular software, please invite an expert from the industry, or you take your students to various industry for certain visit, what is happening in the industry, what type of technological advances are there in the industry. So linkage with the industry in all the respect is very, very important if you have to implement the curriculum. And please document all these things whenever you are having linkage with the industry, whenever you are visiting the industry or people from industry, they are visiting your organization. Please document all these activities. So linkage with the industry is very, very important. And what is the environment and culture of your institute? Again, that plays a very, very important role. अगर देखिए, अगर कुछ ऐसा environment है, neat and clean environment, greenery all around, और सभी चीजें अपनी अपनी जगह पे हैं, अच्छा organized place है, then तब आपको भी अच्छा लगेगा, काम करना आपको अच्छा लगेगा, टीचर का दिल करेगा कि मैं इंस्टीट्यूशन में जाऊं, काम करूं, अपना बेस्ट दूं, एफिशिएंटली काम करूं. तो एनवायरमेंट प्लेज ए बिग रोल. और ऐसे ही हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशन का कल्चर क्या है, हम कितना मेहनत से काम कर रहे हैं, डिसिप्लिन, पंक्चुअलिटी और क्वालिटी की तरफ हमारी क्या कमिटमेंट है, हमारी ये कल्चर हमारा कहता है. हम कितनी अब दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट को कितना हम कोऑपरेट करते हैं, टीम में हम कैसे काम कर रहे हैं. तो यही एनवायरमेंट और कल्चर है. तो अगर हमारा अच्छा कल्चर है, and we all have to contribute. It is not that one single person has to contribute in developing the environment and culture. We all have to contribute. But if you have a good environment, good culture, then you are in a better position to implement the curriculum. तो ये बहुत important है कि अच्छा culture हम develop करें, contribute करें, अच्छा environment बनाएं, और तभी हम अच्छे ढंग से curriculum को implement कर पाएंगे. So my friend, these are the various factors that affect curriculum implementation. And now I come to another very important aspect, what is the systematic methodology of implementing the curriculum. Now, suppose you have to implement the curriculum. Now, what your activities will be at the department level? First of all, you will identify the key areas. I have already discussed with you that you have to procure the resources. What are the factors that affect curriculum implementation? Maybe you are not having the resources. Maybe your faculty members are not trained. Maybe you do not have the faculty or the staff, or industry institute interaction is not proper, or environment is not there, culture is not there. These are the various factors that affect curriculum implementation. Now, out of these 7 or 8 factors, identify 1 or 2 key areas, that these are the problem areas, these are the areas where we need to focus, and if these areas I can take care of these areas, then my curriculum implementation will be proper. So identify 1 or 2 areas. Maybe you identify that, okay, I will focus on training of my faculty. My faculty members, they are not trained properly, and if I train them properly, then they will be able to teach properly. So maybe that is the area. Or maybe you identify that, okay, your teachers are trained, but then you do not have good textbooks or laboratory manuals. So I will develop good laboratory manual in my institute. So that may be the key area. So identify any one particular area. Or even you can say, okay, maybe everything is going on properly, but we do not have good industry institute interaction. We do not visit the industry, or people from industry, we do not invite people from the industry. So that is the problem area, that is the key area. So I will focus on that area, and then the curriculum implementation will be all right. So identify 1 or 2 key areas. Is it all right? Then, once you identify these key areas, then you identify the related tasks. Key area is a broader term. Key area is a broader term. For example, you say, I will show you in the next slide also, but key area is a broader term, and then there will be smaller tasks related to that key area. So you identify the key area and identify the related task concerning that key area. That I will explain in the next slide. And after that, you identify certain people, certain faculty member or certain staff members, and you make them responsible for these key areas and key tasks. So in fact, actually, you will be preparing a table. In the first column, you will be having the key areas. In the second column, you will be having the related task. And in the third column, you will be having the people who will be responsible for these key areas and tasks. So all these three things, I'm putting all these things in a tabular form, and then that makes your plan. So that completes your plan. When you're putting all these key areas and tasks and the responsible persons, you are putting them in a tabular form. That prepares your operation plan. And then if you are able to implement this operation plan, if these concerned persons, they are able to take care of these key areas and tasks, your implementation will be effective. So as head of department or as the director or principal of the institute, I have to prepare this plan, operation plan, in which I put this information in tabular form. In the first column, let me repeat, in the first column, I identify key area. In the second column, I identify the task related to the key area. And in the third column, I put the persons who will be responsible for taking care of these key areas and tasks. And if I assign these responsibilities related to the curriculum to these people and they take care of these things, your curriculum implementation will definitely improve. Let us see this operation plan. Let us see this information which has been put in tabular form. See, in this way, if you want to implement your curriculum properly, please prepare this table, key area, related task, and concerned person. Let us take one example and then the things will be clear to you. सबसे पहले आप देखिए, दोबारा से सोचें कि कौन सी ऐसा कोई एक प्रॉब्लम सोचें कि आपकी इंस्टीट्यूशन में कैरिकुलम, आपको लगता है कि मैं ठीक ढंग से कैरिकुलम इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हो पा रहा है, सिलेबस ठीक ढंग से कवर हो नहीं पा रहा है. एक रीजन, आइडेंटिफाई वन मेन रीजन, कोई भी एक रीजन सोचें कि ये शायद सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट रीजन है, इसलिए इसके कारण कैरिकुलम ठीक ढंग से इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हो पा रहा है, इस कारण हम ठीक ढंग से बच्चों के अंदर नॉलेज एंड स्किल डेवलप नहीं कर रहे हैं. एक रीजन सोचें और उस रीजन को फर्स्ट कॉलम में लिखें, की एरिया, अंडर की एरिया उस रीजन को लिखें. सो फॉर एग्जांपल आई से प्रोक्योरिंग रिसोर्सेज. आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन में रिसोर्सेज की कमी है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी है, इक्विपमेंट की कमी है, रिसोर्स की प्रॉब्लम, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की, ये सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है. सो लेट अस आइडेंटिफाई, हमें ये लग रहा है कि रिसोर्स की प्रॉब्लम है. आप कहते हैं कि सर हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में ये चीजें नहीं है, एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी आर नॉट एबल टू इंप्लीमेंट द curriculum properly. Now, if this is the key area, if resource is the key area, what are the related tasks that you have to do? इस प्रॉब्लम को ओवरकम करने के लिए, रिसोर्सेज की प्रॉब्लम को ओवरकम करने के लिए आपको कुछ छोटे छोटे टास्क करने पड़ेंगे. व्हाट आर दोज टास्क दैट यू हैव टू कैरी आउट टू डील विद दिस प्रॉब्लम? Okay, maybe I am saying, suppose I am able to identify 3 tasks. One of the tasks will be to set up new labs and workshops. If in your curriculum there is a new subject area for which you do not have laboratory, for which you do not have workshop, then one task will be to set up new lab or to set up new workshop. So this is one task. Another task may be that, okay, you are already having the laboratory or you are already having the workshop, but then equipment, a particular type of equipment is not there to perform the practical or to prepare a job. So the second task will be to procure the equipment. That will be the second task. And the third task can be recruitment of human resources, faculty and staff. So many times, I mean, the resources can be in terms of infrastructure, or it can be in terms of your ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज दैट इज फैकल्टी एंड स्टाफ। अगर फैकल्टी नहीं है, कम है, स्टाफ कम है, तो आपको उनकी रिक्रूटमेंट करनी पड़ेगी, और इवन मे बी सम पार्ट टाइम फैकल्टी और सम गेस्ट लेक्चर्स, और कुछ इसी तरह हम स्टाफ की भी बात कर सकते हैं। सो दीज आर द 3 tasks that you have identified related to the resources: setting up new labs and workshops, procuring equipment, and procuring or recruiting human resources. Now, my friends, related to these tasks, please identify some persons who will take responsibilities of these tasks. आप आइडेंटिफाई करें अपने डिपार्टमेंट से ही, इंस्टीट्यूशन से ही, कि इस टास्क को कौन हैंडल करेगा, और उसे ये जॉब आप असाइन कर दीजिए। फॉर एग्जांपल, सेटिंग अप न्यू लैब्स एंड वर्कशॉप, इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आप किसको देना चाहेंगे? प्रोक्योरिंग इक्विपमेंट, इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कौन लेगा? रिक्रूटमेंट ऑफ फैकल्टी एंड स्टाफ, इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कौन लेगा? ये चीजें आप 3rd कॉलम में लिख सकते हैं। सो फॉर एग्जांपल, आई एम सेइंग principal or HOD for setting up new labs and workshops. HOD is taking the responsibility of setting up labs and workshops. Procuring the equipment, HOD is taking the responsibility. Recruitment, maybe Directorate of Technical Education, principal, so he or she is taking the responsibility. तो इस तरह से आप अगर इस टाइप का एक आप प्लान तैयार करते हैं, you identify the key areas, you identify the related tasks, and give the responsibility of the task to some persons, you will be able to implement the curriculum properly. Let us take one more example related to a key area so that the things are more clear to you. For example, training of faculty. Again, this is very important. You say you are not able to implement the curriculum properly because your faculty members or staff members are not trained. They are not able to हैंडल द सब्जेक्ट प्रॉपरली। कई बार हमने ये देखा कि सब्जेक्ट तो आप टीचर्स हैंडल कर लेते हैं, बट एज फार एज द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ स्किल्स इज कंसर्न, उसमें टीचर्स को कई बार दिक्कत आती है। टीचर्स पढ़ा तो सकते हैं, लेकिन एक्चुअली जब स्किल डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं, तब कई बार टीचर्स इस टाइप की दे गिव दिस फीडबैक, सर वी आर नॉट ट्रेन्ड, वी डू नॉट नो हाउ टू ऑपरेट दिस इक्विपमेंट, हाउ टू हैंडल दिस इंस्ट्रूमेंट, and that is why they are not able to develop the desired skill amongst the students. So that means faculty and staff members need to be trained. So now if you identify that this is the problem area, this is the key area, okay, then what are the related tasks? Training of faculty के related छोटे छोटे टास्क आप आइडेंटिफाई करें। Can you identify some task related to training? अगर आपने फैकल्टी को ट्रेनिंग देनी है, इसके रिलेटेड छोटे छोटे टास्क। नाउ इट डिपेंड्स व्हाट सॉर्ट ऑफ ट्रेनिंग द फैकल्टी मेंबर्स और स्टाफ मेंबर्स रिक्वायर। Sometime the training may be related to updation of knowledge and skill in a particular subject area. एक हमारे फैकल्टी मेंबर हैं, अगर वो एक पर्टिकुलर एरिया में वो पढ़ा रहे हैं, and the teacher says, sir, I need updation in my subject area. I need to attend some training program in some industry or in some organization, some other institute where I can be updated about my knowledge and skill. That is one type of training. Another type of training is that the faculty member says, sir, I am updated, I know about my subject area, but I want to know about maybe certain aspect related to how to use audiovisual aids or certain aspects of pedagogy, how to teach, how to deal with the students, how to interact with the students. So the faculty members needs training about use of teaching aids and pedagogy. So that is a different type of training. And another type of another set of teachers, they may be very experienced, they know about their subject area, they know how to how to interact with the students, they know how to engage the classes, but they need to be trained in resource management, how to handle the resources effectively. So that is another type of training. Now so these are the few tasks related to training. training for updation of knowledge and skills, training in using audiovisual aids and pedagogy, and training in management of resources. And you identify certain person for taking care of these tasks. For updation of knowledge and skill, maybe you identify principal or HOD. He will be responsible for training. Principal and HOD, again, maybe they organize some program in use of audiovisual aids and pedagogy. And Directorate of Technical Education for organizing training in resource management. So in this way, what I am sharing with you is the fact that at institute level and at a department level, you need to prepare an operation plan. And please identify these three very important aspects, key areas, any particular thing, any important aspect that is affecting your curriculum implementation. कोई भी चीज आपको लगती है कि ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, इसके कारण हमारा सिलेबस ठीक ढंग से इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हो पा रहा है. सो आइडेंटिफाई दैट की एरिया, आइडेंटिफाई रिलेटेड टास्क, छोटे छोटे टास्क हैं उस की एरिया में, उन्हें आइडेंटिफाई करें एंड मेक सर्टन पीपल रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर टेकिंग केयर ऑफ दोज टास्क एंड दोज की एरियाज. तो अगर इस तरह से आप ऑपरेशन प्लान अगर आप बनाते हैं, और अगर ये ऑपरेशन प्लान बनाने के बाद इसे ही अगर अच्छे ठीक ढंग से इन टास्क को आप हैंडल कर पाएंगे, आपका करिकुलम ऑटोमेटिकली इंप्रूव हो जाएगा. मैं एक और इसकी एग्जांपल दूंगा, उसके बाद देन आई वुड लाइक टू इंटरेक्ट विद यू. फॉर एग्जांपल यू वांट टू, हम मान लीजिए वी आइडेंटिफाई दिस की एरिया that there is a shortage of or proper good instructional material is not available. You are teaching a particular subject area, लेकिन उसमें अच्छी टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं है, अच्छी वर्क बुक नहीं है, या कोई असाइनमेंट देने के लिए कोई और अच्छा मटेरियल नहीं है, लेबोरेटरी मैनुअल अच्छा नहीं है. तो अगर ये प्रॉब्लम है, इफ दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम रिलेटेड टू योर सब्जेक्ट एरिया, जो भी आप पढ़ा रहे हैं, अगर ये प्रॉब्लम है, आइडेंटिफाई सर्टेन टास्क रिलेटेड टू दिस की एरिया. अब इसके रिलेटेड टास्क क्या है? इसके रिलेटेड टास्क एक तो ये है कि आइदर यू डेवलप द लर्निंग मटेरियल, आप खुद लर्निंग मटेरियल, एक टीम बनाएं, ग्रुप ऑफ टीचर्स कम टुगेदर एंड दे डिसाइड ओके वी विल डेवलप द लर्निंग मटेरियल रिलेटेड टू दिस सब्जेक्ट. ओके, so subject teachers, certain group of subject teachers, they come together, they develop the learning material. Then लेकिन जस्ट डेवलप से बात नहीं बनेगी, देन समवन इज असेसिंग दैट लर्निंग मटेरियल. आप मान लीजिए अपने टेक्स्ट बुक आपने लिखी, तो आप समवन इज देयर, सम सीनियर पर्सन इज देयर टू असेस की उसकी क्वालिटी कैसी है, कुछ कोई और इनपुट दी जा सकती हैं, कुछ और अच्छा लिखा जा सकता है. तो लर्निंग मटेरियल को असेस करने के लिए मे बी हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट इज असेसिंग द लर्निंग मटेरियल. सो एक तो ये चीज है. एंड सो मेनी टाइम्स गुड बुक्स आर अवेलेबल इन द मार्केट. कई बार ऐसा देखेंगे आपकी अच्छी किताबें हैं, अवेलेबल है मार्केट में, लेकिन वो आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन में नहीं है. दे आर नॉट अवेलेबल इन योर लाइब्रेरी, या आपके डिपार्टमेंट की लाइब्रेरी में नहीं है, या इंस्टीट्यूट की लाइब्रेरी में नहीं है. सो दैट यू हैव टू मेक एफर्ट्स टू प्रोक्योर दैट प्रोसेस एंड इट टेक्स टाइम. इवन प्रोक्योरमेंट भी अगर आपने आइडेंटिफाई कर ली है दैट देयर आर गुड बुक्स इन द मार्केट and you want to procure those that instructional material, it will take time. So please, I mean, you have to identify the book, you have to place order and ensure, make the payment and ensure the things are coming. So that procurement procedure has to be followed. And so again, someone is a responsible principal or HOD or some person from library, he is made responsible for carrying out these tasks. So in this way, again, I am stressing on the fact, identify the key area, identify the related tasks, make the person responsible for taking care of these tasks, and you will be in a much better position to implement the curriculum. So this is all I wanted to share with you as far as curriculum implementation is concerned. My friends, in this session, I discussed with you what is the meaning of curriculum implementation. Implementation actually है क्या है कि जो भी हमारे पास रिसोर्सेज हैं, हमारे फैकल्टी मेंबर, स्टाफ मेंबर, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, फैसिलिटीज, लेबोरेटरी, वर्कशॉप में जो कुछ भी हमारे पास इक्विपमेंट है, सामान है, हमारे पास इंस्ट्रूमेंट हैं, टूल्स हैं, when we are using them, when we start using them, the students are coming to the classes, the teachers are engaging the session. जब सभी ये इस टाइप की एक्टिविटीज हो रही हैं, then your curriculum implementation is taking place. दो चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं curriculum implementation में. एक तो स्टूडेंट मस्ट लर्न समथिंग, लर्निंग होनी चाहिए, सिर्फ टीचिंग से बात नहीं बनेगी, लर्निंग मस्ट टेक प्लेस. अगर लर्निंग हो रही है, ओनली देन इंप्लीमेंटेशन इज टेकिंग प्लेस. एंड द सेकंड थिंग आई शेयर्ड विद यू कि लर्निंग एनवायरनमेंट शुड बी देयर, प्रॉपर लर्निंग एनवायरनमेंट वेयर द स्टूडेंट्स एंड टीचर्स आर कॉन्टिन्यूसली इंटरेक्टिंग. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि सिर्फ टीचर आया और उसने क्लास लिया एंड द थिंग्स आर ओवर. नहीं, कॉन्टिन्यूसली किसी ना किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पे टीचर्स एंड स्टूडेंट्स इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं. That is where the that is the situation when implementation. There are different factors. We discussed various factors that affect curriculum implementation. Resource is a big problem. Trained faculty members, shortage of faculty member and staff members, and motivation of their motivation is very important. Student is also a big factor. Especially the level of the student. हमारे पास जो एंट्री लेवल है, बच्चे जो आ रहे हैं हमारे पास, वो इतना वो प्रॉपर नहीं है. ये आप भी फील करेंगे कि हमारे पास जो डिजायर्ड लेवल है बच्चे वो नहीं आ रहे हैं, और हमें बहुत एफर्ट करने पड़ते हैं उनके अंदर नॉलेज और स्किल डेवलपमेंट करने. दे आर नॉट एबल टू कम्युनिकेट प्रॉपरली, वो चीजों को समझ नहीं पाते हैं, कंप्रीहेंशन की प्रॉब्लम है. तो स्टूडेंट प्लेज ए बिग रोल. फिर मैंने 2-3 और फैक्टर चीजें बताई. लीडरशिप प्लेज ए बिग रोल. अगर हम अपने टीचर को, स्टाफ मेंबर को कहीं ना कहीं पे फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दें, द वे दे वांट टू टीच, द वे दे वांट टू असेस, तो अगर थोड़ी सी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी देंगे तो हमारे टीचर्स अच्छे ढंग से करिकुलम को इंप्लीमेंट करने पाएंगे. तो लीडरशिप प्लेज ए बिग रोल. एंड इंडस्ट्री इंस्टीट्यूट इंटरेक्शन, अगेन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर. प्लीज इन्वॉल्व पीपल फ्रॉम इंडस्ट्री इन ऑल योर एक्टिविटीज. आप जो कुछ भी बच्चों के अंदर, बच्चों को आप ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं, बच्चों को आप पढ़ा रहे हैं, please involve the people from industry in your activity. Student के assessment में, project work में, teaching में, please involve them and please maintain the culture and environment of the institute. एक अच्छा अगर हम environment बनाएंगे, अच्छा culture हमारा institution में develop करेंगे, तो everyone would love to work, everyone would love to give his or her best. So please आप इसमें भी environment and culture plays an important. And then we discussed what is the methodology of implementing the curriculum. There are 3 factors. One is the identify the key areas. Key area को identify करें, उसके related छोटे छोटे task हैं उनको identify करें, and make certain group of people, one person responsible for carrying out these tasks. तो अगर इस टाइप का अगर आप ऑपरेशन प्लान बनाएंगे, which I showed you in tabular form, तो ऑपरेशन प्लान बनाएं और कुछ लोगों को कहें कि इन की एरियाज को हैंडल करें. अगर वो इन चीजों को हैंडल कर पाएंगे तो देन यू आर इन ए मच बेटर पोजीशन टू इंप्लीमेंट द करिकुलम. सो माय फ्रेंड्स, आई वुड गो टू वेरियस सेंटर्स, नोडल सेंटर्स, एंड इफ देयर आर एनी क्वेश्चंस यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई गो टू सिटी पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज जालंधर. सिटी पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज जालंधर. माय फ्रेंड्स, इज देयर एनी क्वेश्चन ऑन करिकुलम इंप्लीमेंटेशन? Any question from City Polytechnic, Jalandhar?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Is there any question?
Sir, can we introduce or implement European code in our curriculum so that we can meet the international standard for our students?
Yes, why not? Certainly. But is there any problem you are facing in adopting it?
Sir, we are actually it is not in our syllabus. We are following English standard 456/2000, but European code, as we go abroad in foreign countries, so we have to follow their study. So if it will be implemented in our syllabus or curriculum, it will be better for better maturity for us for working in foreign countries.
Okay, now this is very important thing. I mean, so many times we discuss this issue that there may be certain things which are not there in your syllabus. But as a teacher, or maybe if you have got certain feedback from the industry and you feel that a particular topic is very, very important, and that will be very, I mean, we need to develop a certain, we need to impart certain knowledge to the student or develop certain skill amongst the student, which of course is not there as a part of your syllabus. So what I would say is that as a teacher, I mean, you have that liberty to teach anything in addition to the syllabus. So syllabus is of prime importance. Syllabus तो आपने definitely cover करना ही है, and that is why I was sharing with you the fact that there must be certain flexibility. There must be some freedom for our teachers. So if there is a sort of feeling that there is a particular topic that must be taught to the student and which is not there in the curriculum, my friend, you are always free to teach that particular topic. कोई किसी टाइप को आपको, मुझे नहीं लगता कि कहीं पे कोई दिक्कत है. सिलेबस डेफिनेटली कवर होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो सिलेबस को माइंड में रख के जाएगी. लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम आपका कुछ ना कुछ टाइम अगर इस टाइप का आपके पास अवेलेबल है, एंड आई एम श्योर दैट यू विल बी एबल टू फाइंड सम टाइम डेफिनेटली फॉर एनी टॉपिक. जो भी आपको एडिशनल टॉपिक लग रहा है, थोड़ा सा टाइम आप बच्चों को डेफिनेटली दे सकते हैं. और एटलीस्ट यू कैन एनकरेज द स्टूडेंट. अगर आपको टाइम नहीं मिल रहा है टू टीच दैट पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक, तो प्लीज एनकरेज द स्टूडेंट टू रेफर टू सर्टन वेबसाइट और सर्टन बुक. कोई भी आप उनको बताएं, क्योंकि ये वाला टॉपिक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ऑल्दो इट इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ द सिलेबस, and students refer to that particular topic. वो अपने आप self learning is very important. I was talking with you yesterday about 4 domains of learning. तो हम तो टेक्निकल इनपुट दे ही रहे हैं, बट एट द सेम टाइम वी आर ऑल्सो ट्रेनिंग देम इन सेल्फ लर्निंग. अपने आप को बच्चों ने अपडेट कैसे करना है, उसमें भी हमने बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग देनी है. तो थोड़ा सा से रेफरेंस दें कि ये 3-4 वेबसाइट हैं या ये वाले जर्नल्स हैं, मैगजीन हैं, इससे आप इंफॉर्मेशन को इकट्ठी करो और अपने आप को अपडेट करो. बट अगेन आई एम वेरी हैप्पी that this point has come up, that anything which is not there in the syllabus, my friend, you can definitely give inputs related to that topic to your student. Thank you very much. And then we go to Gandhi Engineering College.
Good afternoon.
Engineering College.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, related to in our syllabus, BPUT curriculum, very recently having include with industrial visit and entrepreneurship development project in final semester. Okay. So how we go for evaluation of that industrial visit and that entrepreneurship development project in part of evaluation, sir?
Okay. Again, we have got a separate session on student assessment in which we'll be taking care of all these things. But anyhow, I will answer to your query. See, when you take the student for any industrial visit, please ensure that it is for a purpose. It comes with a purpose. So please, I mean, you have to inform the student in advance that when they are visiting the industry, what they have to see. Maybe you want them to see the scale of the industry, what type of products are being manufactured there. Maybe you want them to see the layout, or you want to see what is the management structure, or you see what types of machines are there, or their specification, or even what type of activities a graduate engineer or diploma holder is doing in the industry. So what is the purpose of that visit? You please make it clear. What sort of information that needs to be collected during the visit to the industry. And please ask the student to prepare a report of that industrial visit. So keeping in mind the purpose of the visit, ask them to prepare a report and they have to submit the report. And even you can ask a group of students to make a presentation. And based on the report which they have submitted, based on the presentation they have made related to that visit, you can assess the student. So that is the thing. Related to entrepreneurship development, again, there are when you are organizing certain camp, or you are organizing or you are inviting certain entrepreneur to interact with your student. Again, you can you set certain targets that after this particular camp or after this particular interaction, what the student will be able to do. Maybe your expectation is that they will be able to prepare project report for a new project, or maybe they are able to know what are different types of organization from they can get some financial assistance, and or maybe how to identify a particular product that needs to be launched in the market. So, or maybe how to carry out a market survey. So, depending on the topic that entrepreneur will be covering, or whatever will be covered in the camp, again, maybe you ask a group of students to prepare a report or make a presentation, and then you can assess the student.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And then we go to Kite Ghaziabad. Mr. Arun Tripathi is there.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good noon, sir.
Any question? Any question from Kite Ghaziabad?
Yes, sir. One question from Dr. Amit Kumar.
हाँ जी, अमित कुमार जी सर बताइए.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
When you were talking about curriculum implementation,
Yes.
There was the first point made, training of faculty in emerging areas.
Yes.
How to arrange effective training program for instructors who are going to impart the knowledge to their student or amongst their student.
Okay. Okay. So now this is very important aspect, organizing a training program for the instructors. Again, now these things can be taken up in a very systematic manner. Now, first of all, you have to plan their training in a very phased manner. Maybe identify the number of instructors who are there, how many people need to be trained, what are the areas you have to interact with them, and in a phased manner, maybe you identify, okay, in this particular semester, I identify this particular person, identify the organization or industry where that training will take place, or maybe invite certain person from some other organization to organize in-house training. So that has to be taken care of. And for how much time the person will not be available with you, because if the duration is too long, then definitely the institute working will be affected. So in a very phased manner, these things have to be taken care. And if you have, I will suggest if the desired equipment and infrastructure is there, then it is better to organize the training program in your institute itself. Maybe another suggestion I will give to you is, you are having this issue related to training of instructor for skill development. Similarly, other institutions are also having the same issue. Skill development is very, very important. So maybe when you interact with the other institutions, and of course, I assume that that desired infrastructure in the form of equipment, tools, and machines that is available in your institute or nearby institutions, then it is better to organize in-house training program. Maybe certainly you'll be able to identify some people who are already skilled in handling those machines, in testing the thing, in repairing the thing, in taking measurement or observing the thing. So definitely you can invite some skilled person to visit your institute and train your teachers. But again, it has to be done in a phased manner and in consultation with the people who need to be trained.
One more question is there. You
Yes.
have talked about development of instructional materials.
Yes.
So could it be developed parallelly along with the teaching learning process, or should it be developed separately?
Again, it depends upon it. There are various parameters that affect how we have to carry out this thing. But I will suggest, there are teachers. The main thing is there are teachers who are teaching for years together, and if they feel that good instructional material is not available related to a subject, maybe they are having notes, and maybe they have collected information from various sources, so that information is available with them. Only thing is that it that information. They are having that information, but what I am saying here is that it is not coming in printed form. So I will in fact urge all my friends who are present at various nodal centers that if you have got certain material which you are teaching for years together in particular subject area, and you are expert in that area, and if you feel that there is a need to have good instruction material in that particular area, please make a group of you please contact other teachers who are teaching the same subject from other institutions. Make a group of 4 to 5 teachers and decide, okay, who will write the first 2 chapters, who will write the other 2 chapters, and then a very important thing is that it needs to be published. I cannot I cannot explain you this very important fact. The extent you will be serving the society and the extent your effort will be helpful to the student, it is very, very important. The students are looking for good instructional material, and we as a teacher, we are there who have been teaching for years together. If we can make this contribution to our society, we can make this contribution to our technical institution and our student, that we come up with good instructional material, laboratory manuals or video films or textbook. So I know that all this material is, for most of the teachers, that material is already there with them in the form of notes and other things, and that needs to be sent for publication. That needs to come out in printed form. That can come out either, you are teaching and parallelly that activity can go up, or maybe take some time, maybe 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, or find out some time during holidays and spend some time exclusively for developing this instructional material. We, as I was telling you during the inaugural session, we got a request from Haryana state to develop laboratory manuals. They wanted to focus on skill development, and they wanted that there must be certain laboratory manuals related to various areas, and we developed around 20 laboratory manuals related to 5 disciplines, that is civil, electrical, mechanical, electronics, and computer engineering. I'm sure that teachers, they can definitely take up some initiative in developing good instruction material.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
At last, you while addressing the key areas, you talked about when the instruction material will get developed, it is required to be assessed by HODs of the department.
Yes.
In my view, assessing the instructional material alone by HOD will become little difficult, because he cannot have the competence in all areas so that he can assess the instruction material developed by the faculties.
Okay.
So it should be assessed by a group of people instead of a single person like HOD.
Yes, I agree with you. One person, I think what I was saying is that one person can be HOD, but then any experienced person, it is not necessary that HOD has to assess that one. Any person, even person from industry, you are teaching a particular subject area, and maybe you identify certain person from industry, and what I want to share with you is the fact that if some teachers develop some instruction material related to a particular subject area, then after that, the next stage is that please show that material to some experienced or some senior person, so that that person gives some additional feedback that will improve the quality of instruction material. Now, who will be that person? Can be HOD, can be any senior person from some other institute, or some person known to you, any person from the industry, anyone related to that subject area. He or she can give feedback and comments on those contents.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your.
Thank you very much. And then we go to Government Polytechnic Hisar. Garima is there. Government Polytechnic Hisar.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, my question is to... Yes, sir. Do you think that there should be industrial training for the staff also?
Yes, the training is a must. Industrial training. I mean, so many times when we interact with the teachers, see, we are training the students. These are technical programs. We are training the students to match the needs of the industry. And teachers and staff members, they must be exposed to the activities that are going in the industry. So,
There is no such provision.
whatever is happening in the industry, what is the industrial environment, what type of machines, equipments are there, or the software, whatever is being practiced in the industry, there must be exposure about that to the faculty member and staff members. So, staff member, please identify, especially the people who are dealing with the laboratories and especially people from workshop. So they need to be sent to the industry or some other organization where they can be updated as far as their skills are concerned. That is very, very important. I do not know if you have problem in identifying the industry, or are there issues related to time, availability of time. So that you can share. I mean, are you able to identify the industry where they need to be trained?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there is not much problem. So, but definitely but this is very important. Staff members need to be trained. There is no doubt about that. Staff members need to be trained in skill development, in using various software and using various machines equipment. There is no doubt.
But sir, there is no such provision in curriculum.
No. In about training, we are not recommending anything as far as curriculum is concerned. We are not recommending about training needs of faculty and staff members. We talk about qualifications about faculty and staff members. How many people are needed for floating a particular program? If you have to run a particular program, if you have to run a course, how many faculty members or staff members are needing, and what are their qualifications? We talk about that. What sort of infrastructure is required to run that program? We talk about that. But training is a continuous process. Training is a continuous process. We recommend that for effective implementation, that continuous training should be there. So rest of the things, the institute where the curriculum will be implemented, they have to take care of that.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we go to the last nodal center, Government Polytechnic, Ambad. Mr. Veer is there. SB Veer.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, audible. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Any question?
Being a rural college, so what steps should we take to increase the exposure to industry? I mean, industry peoples are they do not. We are not getting industry peoples regularly to our college.
Are there industrial organization nearby? I mean, how far? I mean, you have industry in the vicinity?
I would say that nearest city to Ambad is Aurangabad, which is almost 100 to 150 kilometers.
Okay.
And 100 kilometers approximately.
Okay.
Still.
Okay, I can appreciate the fact. I mean, so many times there is a problem that you do not have access to the industry. So now what I will suggest is that, I mean, sometimes there are, do not focus on very large industry or even medium industry. You talk about small scale industries or micro scale industries. So even, if I take up a particular discipline, say I am talking about automobile engineering. So if you do not have any industry related to automobiles in your near your institute, so maybe think of certain shops or certain people working in very small shops or certain garages or certain mechanics. You take the students to those small places. People can learn a lot of things. I mean, a mechanic who is repairing a scooter, a person who is repairing a car or motorcycle. So a person, say you are you are running a program in automobile engineering. So take the students to these small shops. Take the students to these mechanics, and please allow the students to interact with these mechanics. How they are repairing. So as I was sharing with you, the competency profile of diploma holder, fault diagnosis is very important aspect. So they need to identify how to diagnose the fault, how to identify the fault. So if they interact with these mechanics from small shops and garages, that gives a lot of exposure to the student. So please give them different type of learning experiences. I mean, instead of just one type of experience that they sit in the classroom, they attend to the session, that is one type of exposure. They go to the laboratories, they go to the workshop, so they perform certain practical, they prepare certain job, that is another exposure. But taking them to these small shops, interacting with these mechanics and other people, call some person from nearby, maybe call some entrepreneur, any person, and maybe please show them certain video films. There are so many video films available on the internet. So please provide them different learning experiences that will take care of your industrial experience.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. This is all what I wanted to share with you as far as curriculum implementation is concerned. After this, there will be lunch break. So from 1 to 2 o'clock, we'll be strictly following this schedule. 1 to 2 o'clock, there will be lunch break. And we will gather again at 2 o'clock. The next session will be on resource management. Very important, very crucial as far as implementation is concerned, how to manage the resources. This session will be taken by Professor VP Puri. So at 2 o'clock, next session will start at 2 o'clock on resource management. Thank you very much.
ये चले गए पार्टिसिपेंट अभी चले गए ये रख दो यहाँ पे रख दो पूरी साहब से बनवाना है यहाँ पे रखा
थैंक यू मिश्रा जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच. आई थिंक एवरीथिंग इज फाइन. अभी तो हाँ ये वाला हाँ ठीक है मिश्रा जी, ये वाले ना और भी आपने 2-3 ले
चार
अच्छा मिश्रा जी ये बताइए हम कहाँ पे रख लें? ये यहाँ पे रख लें साइड
वो बनवाने यहाँ रख लीजिए यहाँ रख लीजिए कोई दिक्कत यहाँ तो कोई आने में तो ब्लॉक करके
ये पूरी सब का है ना
सर
मोना जी, ये पूरी सब का है ना?
हाँ जी पूरी सब का कर दिया जी.
और वो अच्छा वो तो अभी क्या है वो आप ना वो वाला भी आपको कॉल करना या दो क्या ये उन्हीं का ही है.
हाँ जी
नहीं ये मेरे ख्याल रखे गए हैं वो बस है ना, बस वो ले लो. मैं उनको बोल दूंगा कि नहीं उनके साइन है यहाँ पे चाहिए ना.
हाँ वो करवा लूंगा मैं.
उनके आप करवाओ पहले,
मैं यहीं रख लूंगा अभी.
नहीं वो लंच के बाद आएंगे बस, वो अपनी आएंगे. आप 2 बजे के बाद आ जाना, 2:30 बजे के आसपास.
ये करवा दे रहा हूँ.
वो करवा दे सब. मैं ये वाला भी कर दूँ, यहीं पे रख दो.
ये सब
ठीक है. ले लो आप कॉपी. ये भी आपको चाहिए, ये भी ले लो.
नहीं वो
ये रखो है आपके पास
है नहीं पर यहाँ
यहाँ पे
हमारे कोई जिसे यहाँ पे
ये मैं कागज ना
पूरी हिसाब से साइन
यहाँ
रख लीजिए नीचे रख लीजिए पूरी हिसाब से साइन. हाँ जी उनको पता है सारा भर देंगे. ठीक है ठीक है. थैंक यू
चलिए सर. थैंक यू. अभी जो मैंने
और मेरे को एक
ठीक है सर, ओके
सर सर साइड आइए कुछ इधर आइए। इधर आ जाइए मैं यूज करूंगा सर उसके बाद। मैं भूलना जाऊँ दवाई के नाल रख के लाया पेन ड्राइव अपनी अपना पानी लेना सर आप पानी ले लीजिए गिलास से लेना रिपोर्ट है मेरा ये से ले मिश्रा जी हो रहे हैं कनेक्ट कनेक्टेड अभी आ गए कुछ लोग देखो अगर हम स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं 2-4 मिनट वेट करें 2 मिनट वेट कर लें अब उसका ये IFSC कोड नहीं मेरे को मालूम कोई बात नहीं इसका वैसे वो 387 है एंड में छोड़ दो सर हमें पता है वो आपका ले लेंगे नहीं मैं वैसे कह रहा हूँ जो भी होता है ना स्टेट बैंक ऑफ पटियाला का ले तो लास्ट में सिर्फ 387 है बस कोई बात लेकिन यहाँ पे नहीं छोड़ दो सर वो है आपके पास हमारे पास कोई दिक्कत नहीं मैं टेलीफोन पे कोई दिक्कत नहीं इधर मुफ्त नहीं भरना बस वो आपने साइन करना है सर कहाँ पे 1 मिनट हाँ ये इधर हाँ सर ये वाला दो जगह साइन बस ठीक है with date आज ये 7
और टेक्निक का बहुत पढ़ा हुआ दिस काइंड ऑफ एक्सरसाइज आई हैव डन लवली अब वहां मैं गया भी था बस लेवल रिव्यू करने उतना तो बहुत सारी ये
उस बाकी तो ये जो आपने सब चिंता मत सॉरी ये नहीं गलत हो गया ये नहीं रॉन्ग से ओपन कर यहीं से ऑपरेट कर लेना, यहीं से ही ऑपरेट कर लेना, ऐसी कोई हम कॉपी नहीं करेंगे, यहीं से ऑपरेट कर लो, तो मर्जी कॉपी करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, यहाँ से ऑपरेट हो खड़ी हो, ठीक है, क्लिक करो सर इसको। चलो देख लो जरा, 55 ही है इसमें। अच्छा सर, आपका जो टाइम है रफली आप अराउंड 3:45 होगा अराउंड, हाँ 3:30 तक ना, तो 3:35 तक तो आप सेशन ले लेना। अच्छा ठीक, और 10-15 मिनट ना सर जो है वो आप ना इंटरेक्ट कर लेना, ये सेंटर है, मैं भी यहीं पे रहूँगा, कोई बात नहीं, तो एक एक करके कॉल कर लेंगे, किसने क्वेश्चन पूछने हुए, ठीक, अराउंड ऐसे तो 10-15 मिनट बस सर इंटरेक्शन की होगी, नो प्रॉब्लम, और 3:35 तक मिल गया सर। स्टार्ट करें। So good afternoon friends, I hope all the nodal centers are connected, and I welcome you to this very important session on resource management. This session will be engaged by Professor VP Puri on behalf of NITTTR Chandigarh. I welcome Professor Puri for this session. Let me share with you a brief profile of Professor VP Puri. Professor Puri has worked for more than 30 years in this institute, and he superannuated as Professor Information Management and Coordination Center in 2005. He is Founder Director, Industrial Automation Training Center, Panchkula. He is also associated with Directorate of Technical Education, Haryana, as mentor and performance editor for phase 1 of Government of India project on Technical Education Quality Improvement Program. He was also the nodal officer of the institute for coordinating, planning, and monitoring of various subcomponents of the World Bank assisted project on strengthening technician education in India and technical education quality improvement program. He was also the member secretary academic council of this institute for 2004 and 2005. He was nominated by planning department, government of Rajasthan, as non-official member of working group on technical education, manpower and employment for preparation of 10th 5-year plan of the state. He is also member expert committee of AICT and PTU Jalandhar, and also technical expert for Punjab Public Service Commission, Patiala. Professor Puri has worked extensively in organizing faculty development programs, curriculum design and curriculum revision, development of instructional material, research and development projects and consultancy projects. So my friend, on behalf of all of you, I once again welcome Professor VP Puri for this session, and now I request him to engage the session.
Thank you, Dr. Arvind. It's always a pleasure for me to come to my old home and share my experience with the fraternity of technical teachers. Today's session, we will focus on management of resources in technical institutes. Before I go into the details of the session, I would say that as an individual, human being, each one of us has to bank upon certain resources for our day-to-day living. So that, from considering from that angle, the management of institutes or technical institutes is of paramount importance, and we'll go into the whys and hows of it. Now let's see what we have in the toolkit. It's not showing on the. अच्छा आ रहा है, अच्छा ठीक है, मेरे को सामने स्क्रीन पे नहीं ना, अच्छा ठीक है, ओके, राइट, अच्छा, right. Okay, let's take an overview of the presentation now, which we'll be covering. First will be the general scenario as to how the technical engineering institutes are as today as compared to what they were like in the past. I mean, I would be sharing some of my experiences of my own institute where I graduated from, and comparing them with today's engineering colleges or polytechnics. Then we go into some definitions as to what each of these terms, the resource management, what resources means and what management implies. Then we see what are the different types of resources for the technical education system which are required. After talking about the different resources, we'll take a look at the status as to what things stand at present. What is the present situation in the engineering institutions? And then what goes into planning for these resources and how, or the procedure for development of these resources. What are the steps involved? Then we talk about the management of the resources, resource management, from the point of view of optimally utilizing these resources. And lastly, we'll take up the action plan for implementation to consider what are the points for ensuring success of our efforts, and then meeting the challenge of the future, along with whatever the government has in store for the system as such. Now, if we look at the technical institutes, earlier what we called them as brick and mortar. There were huge buildings running into acres of land, and of course laboratories were there, and classrooms, etc. Everything was there, but the land and the buildings were, as compared to today, they were much bigger in size. And now we have what are known as vertical institutes, where if you know the AICTE requirements, there will be 5 acres of land for semi-urban areas and 2.5 acres for the urban areas where land is scarce. So there we go in for a different type of construction altogether, and these institutes are mainly banking upon the internet and computer systems. So these are known as virtual institutes as compared to brick and mortar. If you take a further closer look, the brick and mortar institutes are giving way to the virtual institutes, and we have now these VLE or LMS, virtual learning environment and learning management system, and which are guided by the organizations of the institute as well as the courses run and the pedagogical considerations. So these are based on certain softwares. In the case of VLE, it is Moodle, and in the case of LMS, it is Calidus, the software. So Moodle stands for Modular Object-Oriented Dynamic Learning Environment. And further closer look between the institutes of yesterday and today, there are different points of difference. First is educational delivery, and now it is educational management. So if I recall my days, which was more or less, say, 80% monologue by the teacher. It was a monologue by the teacher. So it was essentially the delivery of lectures by the teachers, educational delivery. Now it is educational management. We are trying to make the situation more interactive with the participation of the students. And the focus being, instead of teacher-centered, it is now student-centered sort of education. Then the funding, earlier, mostly institutes were government institutes, or even the private ones, they had substantial support, financial support from the government. But now the situation is that we have privately managed institutions. Most of them are self-financing, so that cost considerations are, we are dependent upon the management for the funding of the institutes. Earlier, the focus was on internal operations, whereas now it is external oriented, and marketing and public relations they form an important aspect of the situation. Then earlier, healthy academic competition was there. Now, because of the mushrooming of so many institutes in the private sector, it is like the corporate warfare, like private companies trying to outwit the other. So that situation is prevalent as compared to what it was in the past. Then in-house resident management, now it is external remote management. And with regard to the management information system, earlier it was informal or virtually absent to some extent, whereas now it is information overdrive. We have information readily at the fingertips. Take a look at this academic excellence model. Pointers नहीं होगा वैसे first. अच्छा उन्हें पर उसका फायदा नहीं होगा वैसे. Anyway, okay, I'll just carry on with it. Now, if you take a look at the academic excellence model, but उसमें वैसे फायदा नहीं होगा ना. It will not go there. So if you see organs of the institute, see organs of the institute, program design, delivery of courses, evaluation. For all these, resources are required. And at the bottom, if you read, if you see this it says faculty, infrastructure, industry, collaboration. So it's these resources, they enable the institute to work for achieving the vision and mission of the institute as such. Now, coming to the second step of our the session, defining the term resources. What is meant by the term resource? It is anything and everything in our environment for which can satisfy the needs of the system. In our case, the needs of the technical education system. But provided it is technologically accessible, meaning in some remote areas, the internet connectivity may not be there. So we'll have to have a different set of resources in such areas. Or where it is available and we have latest equipment and gadgets will be in use. Economically feasible, that means there might be certain cases of cost prohibitive investments for the institute. Like suppose the pedagogical considerations, they demand that the students will learn probably better when in the actual field life. So such costly equipment that can be deferred and not purchased, and you can go for purchasing what is essentially required, not desirable, but essentially required. And culturally acceptable, this must be whatever resources you provide should be acceptable to the local populace. So all these considerations and whatever is available from the environment, which can be used for satisfying the needs of the system, means for providing education in the engineering institutions, that is termed as a resource. Then management, this is essentially got to do with coordinating the efforts of people to accomplish the desired goals and objectives using the available resources efficiently and effectively. My emphasis here is on the two terms, efficiently and effectively. I'll be emphasizing more on this even in the later part also of the session, because you may have the best of resources in terms of the equipment, in terms of the human resources, but if they are not efficiently and effectively utilized, the whole purpose is lost and the exercise is a failure. Combining the two definitions, the resource and management, this means managing all resources represents a considerable challenge. It's not a simple affair that you just have the resources in position and anybody and every Tom, Dick and Harry can manage things. The person who is at the helm of affairs, he has to ensure that he has a professional or businessman acumen. That means ability to make good judgments and quick decisions. He has to be also aware of the financial aspects, as to where the funding is to come from, how it is best utilized. The planning ability, like he need not go in all at once to prepare to purchase the entire list of equipment. It can be, if it can be in phases, he can consider those aspects also. The knowledge of information technology, and of course excellent management skills. Their management skills would be to a large degree related with managing the humans, in addition to the above aspects which relate to the infrastructure and other information resources. This can be also appreciated, resource management, considering the 5S, the lean principles, which are from the Lean Foundation in Japan. Says Seri, Seiton, Sisu, Skitsu, Shitsuke. In the meaning of these in English is alongside. Seri means sorting out. Means what is required and what is not required. Seiton, simplify, straighten, set in place so that the things are it is visible. Then sweep, shine is for cleanliness. Standardize, the first three, sort, simplify, and sweep. These have to be standardized so that in a procedure, so that people know, are aware of it, that what they have to do. And self-discipline is required for sustaining the whole exercise. Now, in the case of technical institutes, having this in or following the 5S principle, they help in exposing and identifying and elimination of waste, and in certain cases for recycling of waste also. This is another graphical way of representing the same 5 principles. Sort, that means clearly distinguish items needed from unneeded and eliminate the latter. Throw away what is junk. It's just why I say this, because in these days space is of utmost cost. See, it's very precious, more than equipment, more than anything else. Space is, you want to build a house, you may have the money to build the house, but to purchase the land or space is very costly. It's beyond the reach of most people. So that way, when you dispense with what is not needed, you are saving on space and economizing on the whole thing. And straighten, keeping needed items in correct place to allow for easy and immediate retrieval. They should not be haphazardly placed in the laboratories and workshops, or even for the classroom situation, whatever equipment is required there. So they have to be kept in place, and so that you're able to use them without any loss of time. And third is keep the workplace neat and clean. Shine, this is the word used for this is shine. Here I always cite the example of one institute in Chandigarh, the Industrial Training Center. See there, what they have in the workshops, around each lathe, they have earmarked an area in yellow paint on the ground. So the students, when they are given a particular task, they, after first of all, when they accomplish the task, it is their responsibility to leave the lathe cleaned up, and along with the floor also, with that area marked for them around the lathe. So that is mandatory. I mean, without that, they will not be given any credit for the work that they've done. So this is very important to keep the place neat and clean. And standardized, I said, the method by which sort, straighten, and shine are made habitual through maybe a circular or maybe some office order. You make it known that these are things which one has to attend to. And then it depends upon each and every individual in the organization, in the institute, to exercise self-discipline so that the whole procedure is sustained. It, on an ongoing basis and for long-term sustainability, self-discipline is very essential. Now, looking at the different resources required for the system, if I point करूँगा तो वहाँ नहीं जाएगा ना, फिर तो okay, it's all right. अच्छा, it's okay. I think. Okay, now looking at what are the different resources required, we have the physical resources, human, and information. Physical means what in the physical form what exists by way of the laboratories, workshops, building. Human will be the faculty and staff. Information is what is required for the conduct of the courses. In addition, there are supplementary sort of resources also, without which we cannot just perform. The financial resources, like the saying goes, the money makes the mayor go. Without money, nothing will function. You'll not be able to get the human beings for carrying out. You'll not be able to buy any equipment. No information resources will be available without the finances. And energy, this is a problem peculiar to the Indian context, where you have to ensure that uninterrupted power supply is there. Otherwise, if there's a breakdown in the middle of the laboratory work being conducted, it just results in waste of time and effort. So energy, you have to ensure that some backup support is there as far as providing energy is concerned. And third is the time management. Means you have to use your time in such a way that you achieve your maximum within the minimum times spent on listening. So, and of course, at the same time, keeping in mind that it has to be effective. That means whatever point you want to teach or you want to send across to the students, it is understood and by them clearly, and then we'll only call it is effective. These resources facilitate performance of essential activities in technical institutes, the above three: physical, human, and information. Now, what are physical resources? Normally, we think of these as capital investment. Means, but if you look deeper into it, these are essentially all man-made. You know, they come from the environment, from nature only, whatever we are getting. It is in the form of landform, natural gas, solar energy, many more. Like infrastructure, you won't have lands and buildings, the cement, the soil coming from Mother Nature. You are able to construct buildings. The technology, equipment, machinery, like you have iron ore or non-ferrous metals from Mother Nature only. They are also, we are able to, it is man-made. The human being is involved in the production of a manufacture of equipment and other gadgets. Similarly, raw materials like your oil from beneath the earth and other consumables, they also all come from earth. So the first statement here, physical resources are commonly thought of as capital resources or support and made by man through his abilities and skills used to provide the relevant products or services. Of course, in addition to these three, infrastructure, technology, and raw materials, there are many more products which are made by man. These are examples of physical resources. Now, what is the status? What situation exists as at present in most of the engineering or technical institutes? See, by and large, we have adequate office space, classroom, laboratories, workshops, etc., library, everything is there. And no shortage of the space as such, build land and space. About the equipment, of course, this World Bank assisted project for polytechnics, which was implemented in 3 phases in the country. There was a scheme known as MODROB. MODROB is a short form of modernization and removal of obsolescence. So under this scheme, State-of-the-art equipment was purchased, but in some cases, situation at that point of time was that equipment is purchased, but you are not having the space to, building is not ready to install the equipment. So there was delay in installing the equipment, and because of this delay, the suppliers sometimes they did not come when you required them, to provide training to the personnel in making things operational. So either there was a delay in installing, or training was not readily available to the staff who were to operate the equipment. And of course, this lack of maintenance in most cases. I think this is a point which not only in technical institutes but in the country as a whole, we are we tend to look the other way when it comes to maintenance. Maintenance as such, even for a human being, let's say from the birth of the child, from the very moment he is born, he or she is born, maintenance starts. You have to look for his health, his or her health, and growing up, everything. So there we tend to, of course, our near and dear ones, but when it comes to maintaining our buildings, other thing, we tend sometimes to look the other way. So here, this situation is also very pitiful. In technical institutes, I have seen a number of places. One of the polytechnics in Delhi, I had gone, and the window panes were broken, the classrooms. So you can imagine the students sitting in the winter with the window panes shattered. So, of course, not to talk about equipment, in some cases equipment could not be operated also. Then inadequacy of raw materials and consumables. This also is in some places it is there that you don't get the raw materials or the consumables for performing the experiments. And underutilization of physical resources. A lot has been spent on constructing the building, on installing the equipment, and the utilization is only for a few hours per day or few hours per week. So that underlying utilization of these heavy investments is not is a matter of concern for us. Now, what goes into the planning? Planning of the resources. First of all, we have to abide by the norms and standards. Here, the prescription by All India Council for Technical Education is our Bible. What they have prescribed for, say, for a group of students, first of all, the classroom size, okay. Say it is minimum should be 1.1 square meter per student. So that way, similarly, library, so many users, so much is the size of the library, or workshops and laboratories also. Even the equipment, they specify if it's a high use, so many students per equipment should be there. And similarly, low use also they specified. Utilization factor. To what extent are we going to utilize this equipment or the buildings? Spatial design and consideration. Spatial design and organization. Spatial means the utilizing of space. In most places, we tend to just store the equipment, etc., on in the rooms in such a way that the floor space is lost. During one of my overseas visits, as a part of a study group, I had seen in the University of Rome in Italy, the classroom space was available for to be used. The laboratory area it could be used as a classroom as well as laboratory, whereas the equipment required was all stored in the vertical on the walls. So vertical storage of equipment was there. So they designed all this in such a way that they need not have a separate classroom and a separate laboratory. It was, optimally utilizing this particular space available. Then pedagogical considerations. Here again, as I said earlier about supposing the methodology of teaching, you consider that this is a very costly equipment, and it probably the students, when they pass out and they take up a job or start on their own, they will be able to better appreciate and see the thing. In the case of I'm basically a civil engineer, so I will say if it is like hot mix plant, you need not have any of those equipment in the institute. It can be either the students can be taken to site and shown, or they will learn better when they get a job and they work on the such equipment. The sources of supply and cost. That means the different suppliers and the cost factor has to be kept in mind while planning these resources. Use of resources of other systems. It's not essential that you you must have everything that you need. You could, work in a networking environment also. Some strengths are there, which in some other institutes they have got more latest equipment. You need not immediately go in for it till such time that you are in a position to buy it on your own. You can use from the other institutes also. Here also, I would like to say when this institute, NITTTR, was started way back in 1967, it was as a guest institute of the Central Polytechnic across the road. And there were no laboratories or anything. So, and the courses were started. So we used the facility available at Punjab Engineering College, a distance of about 10 to 12 kilometers from here. The trainees were taken to conduct the laboratory work there in the Punjab Engineering College. So that is using our resources from other systems. Optimizing techniques for space and equipment utilization. You have to consider that how you can increase the utilization of the equipment to a greater degree. Then development of physical resources. First stage is acquiring space and delineating it as per design for various users. And first, you want to have a academic building, you want to have a hostel, you want to have auditorium or library. So all first the acquiring space for it, and then getting the plan laid out, and constructing building other amenities. After the buildings are in position, acquiring, installing, and commissioning equipment as per design and specifications. Then procuring consumables and raw materials as required. Then develop schedules for maintenance of physical resources. You might have, there are some equipment which might be daily maintenance, or there might be some weekly or monthly maintenance. So that sort of a schedule must be prepared also. These are the steps. These are the 5 steps in developing all the physical resources. Now coming to the next resource, we need to take a look at who are the stakeholders of this, our technical education system. If you see at the center, I have shown this technical education system. Who are the stakeholders? The government. In our case, it is the Bureau of Technical Education, the MHRD, and the AICT, All India Council for Technical Education. And of course, at the state level, it will be the Department of Technical Education as such. And the society from which we get our input to the system. The students come from the society. Institutional owners, it could be the government, it could be private in today's context. Then academic administrators, here it is the faculty and the other staff of the engineering institutions, plus the evaluating agencies, or if it is at the diploma level, the Board of Technical Education of the state. If it's the engineering college, the university, or the deemed university, who are the certifying agencies, they become the academic administrators. Then the industry, because our system is producing manpower for the industry. So we cannot work in isolation from the industry as such. It has the arrow is both ways in all these stakeholders situations. Industry, it is of greater importance because to know what is the latest going on in latest practices in the industry, they have to be involved in the educational process also. And similarly, students' exposure to industrial practices, through industrial training or industrial exposure, they have to be acquainted. And on the left, I have shown this hand in hand we strive. So it has to be a joint effort by all the stakeholders, then only we can hope to reach the top. Now, we have talked about the physical resources. Take a look at the human resources. This concerns the people, individuals that staff and operate the organization. They are regarded as a significant asset in terms of skills and abilities. So they have to, it is on the responsibility or the effectual impact is through the efforts of the human resources. And here, different categories of constituents of human resources, they include faculty, technical supporting staff, administrative and account staff, and supporting services staff. We'll take a look at these individually, but first of all, the faculty. This is one definition of faculty by Professor Hannah Gray, former president of University of Chicago in USA. I have a fancy for this definition, and like to share it with one and all whom I come in contact with. Faculty are not just professionals with a commitment to their profession outside the institution as well as to the institution. It's not that they are performing the jobs. They are electronic engineer or computer engineer or mechanical engineer, known outside also as a mechanical engineer or whatever discipline, and the institution also. It's not that. They're just not professionals. They are individual talents and intellectual entrepreneurs. Entrepreneur, I'm sure all of you understand the meaning of this. This at the intellectual level, when that intellectual activity has to take place, then he is the faculty, he or she is an intellectual entrepreneur. Demanding developers of that discipline. They are the ones who, in their area of specialization, they will be the best decision takers as to how and what to teach, who have in fact certain constitutional rights in the process of governance. Governance means conducting the course, and who hold the most important authority which exists in an institution, that of making ultimate academic judgments. So this is where your power or strength lies as a faculty. In short, they are instruments of furthering an institute's mission. It is because of them only that the image of the institution is projected. See, quite a few years back, around the mid-80s and early 90s, we had this Central Polytechnic in Chandigarh. Now it is known as CC, Chandigarh College of Engineering Technology Diploma Wing. That time it used to be known as Central Polytechnic. And when the demand for workforce was there in the Middle East, people were rushing there. And the moment the student said that he has done his diploma from Central Polytechnic, it was almost taken for granted that he is half selected for the job. So that image of the institute is projected is because of the efforts of the faculty who were involved at that point of time. Now, administrative human resource, we talked about the faculty, head of the institution, director or principal, he is the academic leader, and who holds the responsibility of all executive decisions and managing the day-to-day functioning of the institute. Then we have the senior administrators. Head of the institution by himself cannot do each and everything. So he has to bank upon certain senior administrators who are the team of people who assist the head of the institution in managing. They will include either senior academics, senior heads, some of the heads of departments, and the heads of key service departments. Of course, there are some departments which cannot be handled by the academics. It will be to the detriment of studies. So like administrative officer or accounts department, they have to be individuals who are specialists in their own areas. And other staff we'll have technical support staff, laboratories, you have instructors, demonstrators and the like. Administrative account staff also, not only the officer but the supporting staff, somebody to work on the students' record, somebody to work on the staff salaries, or like that, So then we have the support services staff. Support services are like, watch and ward or upkeep of the campus. You might need gardeners or malis or sweepers to day-to-day cleaning. So that support services staff also are required. Now, you've seen the different types of human resources which are required. Now, what is the status? Here, faculty vacuum exists in, I won't say all the institutions, but in most of the institutions, and this shortage is to the tune of about 30 to 35% of vacancies. Although efforts are being made, but to fill the vacancies, but somehow, either because of brain drain or whatever the situation, so vacancies do exist. Maybe people leave the organization for better opportunities in the industry, or some go abroad, so that sort of thing. And lack of industrial training and exposure among faculty. This is of utmost concern to us. It is very important that the teacher or the faculty must have, in his area of specialization or in his discipline, he must know the latest industrial practices. This can be only achieved by his undergoing industrial training or visiting industry to know what are the latest practices and what are the requirements. Of course, the government had at one point of time during the Polytechnics World Bank Assisted Project, the then head in the ministry, he had a proposal to make it mandatory for all technical teachers to undergo industrial training for a period of 3 months in every 5 years. It could be one spell of 3 months or 3 spells of 1 month each, but that proposal never saw the light of the day. But I hope that someday it does mature and it is made mandatory for faculty of the Technical Institute also to go into industry and so that they can deliver better also and they can correlate to the actual field practices. Staff development plans not formulated rationally. Here again, whatever staff development plans are formulated either by the institute level or by the state level, they are not rationally sort of carried out or developed. What needs to be done is for each individual, each faculty, from the day he joins to his retirement, from recruitment to retirement, you develop a sort of plan for him, how he has to go about, at what stage of his career will he be performing higher duties, so that he needs to be trained in those particular areas. His staff development will be according to his requirement of the job. Then professional development not linked to career advancement. I mean, he vertically rising it's not linked that after he has undergone some staff development program. Of course, now AICT is making it, he has made it mandatory for people to, and this is helping to some extent people getting higher status in the organization. Stagnation at different levels kills motivation, enthusiasm and commitment. A person working at a particular level for long years and without any promotion, he gets demotivated and his commitment also suffers. Then merited credit not given to good performance. This also is one factor, like the saying goes that a horse and a donkey are treated at par. So, but we should have in place some mechanism whereby you are able to give credit for the merit of the individual, his performance and his initiatives. Then ad hoc part-time and contractual faculty not covered under staff development. Now, this is, they take the government or the departments or the management, they take a view that these are contractual faculty, we need not spend for them to under staff development, whereas this is a lopsided view of the consideration, because even if they are there for a short time or during the contractual period, having undergone the staff development plan, I think they'll be better committed and the better placed to deliver as in the on the academic platform. So this has considered. Now, planning of human resources, what goes into this? Job design for individuals and teams. At the department level, you have a team, you have so many faculty, so many support staff. So each has got his own individual role to play. So job prescription should be there. Identify competencies for various jobs. Again, here job design and the competencies he has to perform or equip himself with. Then job aids for individuals and teams, they also have to be kept with what is required to support the smooth conduct of the academic program. The staff development, initial and in-service training. Initial means orientation program, that means to let the individual know, have an idea about his bearings, where he stands in the organization, what is his role and function. And in-service training is it is for training and retraining. Periodically he must undergo. So as I talked about, from recruitment to retirement, in-service training can be phased out at different stages of his career. Linking professional development to career development so that demotivation of the individual doesn't take place. And recruitment procedure, criteria and procedures. So this has to be also streamlined. Here, I'd like to share with you my experience of being associated with that World Bank assisted project for the polytechnics, the strengthening technician education in India. There, as per the World Bank report at the time, they found in different states the time period between the date the vacancy was published to the point of time at which the individual was in position, recruited, and he had joined. This varied or ranged from 6 months to 4.5 years. You can imagine the plight of the institute where it took 4.5 years. That means the people, the students, they are obviously the sufferers were the students, because the faculty was not in a position to listen. So this has to be considered and planning that's how you can smoothen out the recruitment procedures so that people are at the earliest they are in position. Then development of human resources, like we had seen the 5 stages of physical resources development, from acquiring land to maintenance schedules and all that. So similarly, for development of human resources, first is recruitment of all categories of staff as per criteria laid down. So job specifications and competencies, etc. For you ensure that the faculty, the staff is recruited and they are in position. Identifying gaps in knowledge of skills of teams and individuals. So they have a certain background and experience. If there's a gap which needs to be filled in, that means they do not have those skills or that knowledge component is lacking in them. So you identify those gaps and then organize initial and in-service training program personnel, both within and outside the system. That means it can be an in-house training program, or it can be like people come to this institute for training from outside their respective system, they come for training. So initial as well as in-service training of personnel, both the faculty as well as the staff. Then develop staff appraisal scheme. So this also, when they know that, and this developing this staff appraisal scheme, this should be not with the idea of penalizing the any individual for his shortcomings or for the deficiency, but it should be oriented towards improving the individual, so that he is your approach, the approach of the staff appraisal scheme should be to enable the individual to improve himself further. Prepare career development plans for each individual. Again, this is amount will come to the same point of from recruitment to retirement, that throughout that span of say 30-35 years of service of the individual, or maybe 40 years in some cases. So that career development plan, that after so much time he should be able to reach this level. So that career development in consideration is kept in mind in developing the human resources. Now, some instruments of sustainable, to sustain this human resource, so that by sustaining means you keep the people in position. They should not be tempted to go, something retention of the individuals. First is the recruitment aspect, recruitment and job profile. HR marketing and labor market research. So this, you try to get the best of the faculty and staff, so that maybe need not be through interviews or thing. It could be, supposing some known experts are there, you search the labor market and try to get people. Here I can share with you one instance of one institute in Chandigarh, the Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, PGI as it is known in Chandigarh. In the earlier stages of its development, when it was composite Punjab, Haryana was not carved out, they came to know about one eminent personality in the field, Dr. Eckert, he was working in Kolkata, and then the then director of PGI, Dr. Chutani, he was asked to go and contact him so that he could get him over. And it was not a through interview or thing, because he was already established name. He was in his area of specialization. So Dr. Chutani told, and at that time they could offer probably maximum salary of 2,500 rupees a month. And he said that I'm already getting 3,500 here in Calcutta. Why should I be coming? Then Dr. Chutani rang up the Chief Minister, Sir Pratap Singh Karon, and they told him that this is the situation. He said, you offer him whatever he is willing to come at, you offer him the salary and bring him here. So that was his approach of recruiting the best people for the organization. So here again, marketing and labor market search, these things also considerations enable you to keep good people in your organization. Deployment, health management, considering the health of the individuals. I mean, somebody has to go on long leave on health grounds. So you deploy somebody else in his place. Staff composition, older employees, due consideration be given to them, not to be engaged in the extremities of weather or whatever. Then advanced working time management, or even for women employees also, you could consider some time adjustments. So the deployment considerations can be, they also help in retaining the people. Development, encouraging continuing education, career planning, promoting individual responsibility and participation. That means staff development. This, of course, will also enable people to realize that they have been, the institute has taken efforts to see their professional development, so they will like to stick on, and if the other factors are also favorable. Retention, sophisticated incentive system. So we must, that it needs to be inbuilt, the incentives for good work done, for merit, to honor what meritorious people deserve. So the sophisticated incentive system has to be also thought of. HR marketing, image analysis improvement. So I've talked about the image of the institute, the people working in the institute. So marketing is also very important. Disemployment, that means somebody who is not performing well, is for him to exit. So exit interviews, outplacements, also this has to be kept while thinking of retaining the people. Sometimes the situation will be that you may like to get rid of certain persons who are negative factors in the situation. And management, participative management style should be there, management by objectives, assessment of superiors by the students. So this only when you are involved in participative management, you will consider yourself as an integral part of the organization, and this will again contribute to your staying on and being retained. Now, the third resource is information resource. This is also very important. I mean, equally important as the physical and human resources. This is an important resource, valuable input and power for societal development. In the case of our technical institutes, we have what are the curriculum documents, instructional materials. These are essentially for the teacher as well as the students. Okay. Then we have other academic and administrative information also, which includes rules and regulations, guidelines, manuals, etc. So information pertaining to these. Here in this aspect, the emphasis is on the currency of information. Currency means updated. Curriculum document, it must be updated. Earlier situation in the polytechnics, if I may go back to say 1970 or 80s, early 80s, it was really pathetic situation in the polytechnics. The curriculum had not been revised for 10, 15 years, or in some cases 20 years. And instructional material, the books, the other journals, etc. Latest journals must be, that means latest information should be available to the students as well as the teachers. From the books, they should not be obsolete, not something which has been published in say 60s or 70s. Latest books should be approached because they will contain what the latest information is in that particular discipline. Other academic administrators, these are the rules and regulations also, they keep on changing from time to time. Guidelines also revised. Similarly, operation manuals. So this, the emphasis is on the currency of the information or resource. Now, information resources, what are information resources and for whom are they? The information resources can be defined as print and non-print documentary resources and non-documentary resources, which provide information needed by the stakeholders of technical education system. Now, the terms I use here are print and non-print. Print is very explicit. You all know what print resources will mean. It is like in the form of books or manuals, or even assignment sheets or question papers. These are all print resources. And non-print document resources, this could be the compact discs or whatever information is available online. So they also are, they are non-print document resources. And non-print document. Then we have some category non-documentary resources. These could include, say, models, working models. They are not print, non-documentary, non-print or print resources, but you could have models or realia, as they call it. Realia is a term, the actual part of that equipment. Not a model, but in a miniature form, but it is actual size it is there. The term used here is realia. State, now, what information is required for each of the state government departments or Department of Technical Education, where we have information for directorates, boards of technical education, evaluating agencies of the examining bodies. So they require certain set of information. Boards of technical education, they will require, say, the curriculum. Plus, they will require the students' records, so that their performance in different years or different examinations. So directorates will be about the admissions, they will require some information. Evaluating agencies, again, conduct of the exams, and so all information related to that. Then technical institutes, directors, principals, faculty, students and staff, examiners. They will require what essentially the faculty, students and staff and examiners, they require the curriculum and the instructional material, but director will require, in addition, some data with regard to the students and the employees working in the institute. Such like information will be to his or her use. Then the user system, industry, parents and public at large. For them, let's say The students also need prospectus. So do the parents. They'll also need some information about the institute so that they are able to take a decision with regard to the admission of their ward. Industry, they also, so that they can look forward to their product from the institute also. It is like, projecting the information through posters or through advertisements, etc., so that public at large is well informed about the status of the institute and the quality of its output. Then what are the different information sources with regard to the academic side of it? Mostly reference and standard subject books are in place. Excuse me. Reference and standard subject books. Then we have resource guides, handbooks, workbooks, etc. Then there are web directories in two different categories. Engineering resources. This provides for free resources for engineering. It contains question papers, study materials, syllabus, and a lot of other things. Databases and e-reference. And case studies, real engineering projects written for use in technical education through software and tools, e-journals, e-books, etc. So these two sites give you a tremendous amount of information which will be needed by the teachers as well as referred to by the students. Then technological resources, they including IPR, intellectual property rights. So certain information may not be readily available, but through intellectual property rights, you can approach the person who has got the paid copyright or patents, and skill software licensing patents. So through them, that information can be obtained. Because there maybe an undertaking or understanding will have to be arrived at that it will be not used for any commercial purposes. Operation manuals for operating the equipment and machinery. Then rules and regulations for academic and administrative purposes. So these are different information resources. Now, like we took a look at the physical and human resources as regard to status. Here, status of information resources, lack of awareness, lack of planned effort. Yet our human tendency is to preserve status quo and not make that extra effort to pick up the latest. So that lack of awareness is sometimes holding us back, whereas we should be always proactive so that we can, for the benefit of our clientele, that is students, we are able to pick up the latest bit of information and pass it on to them. And digitalization of library is not yet accomplished in many institutes. Inadequate software, resistant to adoption of innovations. So this also has not taken place in all the libraries. And whereas otherwise the usual procedure of getting the books, getting it entered on your passbook, all those things, those are cumbersome now in today's context. In other cases, library is not well equipped in terms of journals, books. In wherever digitalization might have taken place, they're also not updated and well equipped in terms of journals. So databases pertaining to students, faculty, services, etc., are not properly maintained, updated. This is again, you see, that is why if it is updated and properly maintained, retrieval is more efficient and time saving. Generally underutilization of available resources. Here, if you carry out studies, you'll find that for example, the utilization of library facilities, that will be quite disappointing in many cases. The planning of information resources, what goes into consideration for planning these resources? Identifying user profile, that means who is to use this information, whether the students, the teacher, the public, or user profile you identify. Identify people and resource systems for the design. Now, in designing the information system, who are the people who are well versed or well known in their area, and which are the resource systems from where you can get the information resource. purchasing of books, or getting journals, or compact discs, etc., whatever you want to procure, you have to identify people and the system from where you can get these. Or because developing it by yourself is a time-consuming process. So you have to, when you get started, you may take it up as a subsequent activity, but starting off, it is that you will identify people and the resource system from where it can be procured. Infrastructure available and to be developed. Now, even the information sources need some space to store, and some people to handle the utilization of this. So, infrastructure available and to be developed, support services needed for effective use, and interaction of human resources and information resources. That interaction, you have to ensure that the users and the people who are managing the information sources, there's a good cordial interaction between the human sources. Then development of the information sources, identify categories of information sources for groups of users from user profile. From the user profile, you categorize what information is to be developed, and so that it can be assigned, whether it is developed in-house or it is to be procured from outside. So that step has to be taken. Then prepare information resources in appropriate format for all categories of users in print and non-print forms. After having identifying the different categories of information, then the process of preparing the information sources in appropriate format, whether it is in the form of a program text, or whether it is the laboratory manual, or it is assignment sheets. So whatever is to be prepared in print and non-print form, that has to be prepared. Then develop criteria for validation and refinement of information sources. As I said at the beginning of this part of resource, that currency of the information is of paramount importance. Here again, I'll emphasize, develop criteria for validation and refinement. I mean, you once develop it, it should not be that you are going to use it for 10 years together. Maybe after every 1 or 2 or 3 years, you have to take a fresh look at it and refine or revalidate the information source. Now, coming to having seen all the different types of resources as to what is the status, what goes into the planning, and how to develop these resources, we took a look at the management of the resources. The All India Council for Technical, they emphasize on the importance of adequate resources. They say that, you see, the board of the accreditation board, they also take a look at these things, that whether you are meeting the norms and standards of the AICTE with regard to the quality of the resources available in terms of the, again, the 3 types of resources, that is the physical resources, the buildings, the laboratories and workshops, etc. Then human resources, the faculty and these other staff, supporting staff and position, and also the information sources. So if whether you are having those, the board of accreditation, they will take a look at it to see whether these are in position or not. And continuous improvement is needed for in all the resources, in improving the laboratories, in the qualitative development of the faculty, and information currency of the information resource also. Now, what is resource management? This is again repeating the 2 terms, efficient and effective deployment, so that you are able to maximize the utilization or optimally utilize the resources available to you, so that the goals of the organization are achieved. These resources can be 2 types. One is the tangible. Tangible resources. Tangible means something which you can measure in terms of money value. So here, facilities, equipment, finances, information technology, labor, I mean, this again, faculty, staff. These are all tangible resources. You can always try to work out so much time of the faculty, so it costs so much. Equipment, it has cost you so much. Or depreciation, considering all these things, can be there. But there are certain non-tangible which you cannot measure in terms of money value. It could be ideas, functional ideas and non-functional ideas, something which can like an idea, somebody gives an idea about the data for evaluation. Why don't you refer to this? Or it's an idea floated. So this is not, you cannot measure, normally you cannot measure it in terms of money value. So it is an idea which is floated or given for a person to utilize. So they are, as I said, tangible and non-tangible, but most of these are tangible resources that you can measure in terms of the money value. So their effective utilization will mean that you utilize it for a longer duration of time, whether it is on a day-to-day basis or a per week basis or as a whole course as a whole. So the equipment is utilized, the human resources, they are also utilized, and again, the utilization of the library facilities for information resources also. Now, there are some suggested approach to optimization of physical resources or the physical resources. I'll just speed through this. First is increasing space and equipment utilization through multiple shifts. Instead of having one shift in operation, you can consider 2 shifts in the day. Maybe from 8 till 2, and then from 2 till 8 o'clock again, or 2:30 to 8:30, like that. So that number of people using the equipment are more, and beneficiaries also increase. So your utilization will be measured in terms of number of people you have able to train or educate in the institute. Then streamlining layout of laboratories and minimizing breakdown of equipment through proper maintenance. This is very important, as I talked about maintenance earlier, that it is alien to the Indian context, the word maintenance. We tend to be very skeptical about it. Now, if an equipment breaks down, that means you're not able to conduct the experiment. And the particular group of students is devoid of that opportunity to get a feel of the experiment. So the loss in all such cases is that of the student. So we must ensure that the equipment is in good working order, and the layout is such that students move around without disturbing each other and minimizing breakdown. The sharing common equipment by different departments and laboratories. Need not be that each department must have all the equipment they needed. So some other department has got, like the computer facilities, they can be a common to all the other departments of the institute. Substituting costly equipment for simulation by concept teaching. Now here, I normally give the example of hydraulics laboratory. Earlier, in our times when we were students, we had a laboratory which was the size was about 60 feet long and about 25-30 feet wide, and with the underground channels for water, which the water is to be pumped up and again supplied to the equipment. Now, in a replacement, of course, I will say give credit to our institute here, the NITTTR. It was the first institute in the country as such to get a hydraulic bench from Netherlands government, and that was replicated by ARE, Associated Research Engineering, ARE in Sangli in Maharashtra. They started manufacturing later on after these such multiplying the manufacture. But that equipment, instead of such a laboratory, we could, it was a space of about 4 feet by 4 feet, or say 1.2 meters by 1.2 meters, and where you could perform practically all the experiments needed for conducting. So that in half the space, you could have maybe the double number of students working on the equipment. So the cost of, as I said, the space is more costly than the equipment. So we would be saving on the cost at the same time for the concept teaching would be achieved. Utilizing community resources for on-the-job training. If you can take them to industry or the field to show them what is being done, so that you could Again, instead of investing in your own institute for purchasing or the thing, it can be on the job training provided to them. They can be for industrial training as such is supposed to be on the job training. That means when you go and perform in the industry, you are handling the machinery and equipment. Reducing space requirement through miniaturization of equipment. This point I've already covered when talking about substituting costly equipment. Making use of vertical space for storage. Here's the example I gave of the electronics laboratory in the University of Rome, and where the same space was a classroom as well as a laboratory. They did not have separate this thing. The entire amount of vertical space was utilized by them. Putting equipment to community use and generating resources. They're undertaking consultancy and consultancy projects for the community, so that carrying out testing facilities or making some design for them. So carrying out research for some thing. So you can get resources, generate resources for your own institute also. Here's the example of a computer lab, utilization of physical resources. Normally, from the consideration of computer science, we tend to have the computer systems placed all along the walls only, leaving the central space free. But from the teaching point of view, from the teacher's interaction with the students, this arrangement is not very favorable, not effective. But they have to turn the seats to look at the teacher. So that, of course, it might mean if you have the conventional classroom setting, the wiring would have to be underground, and then it might interfere with the movement in the classroom also. So some balance has to be struck in utilizing the space. Now, approach to optimization of human resources. Faculty, heads of department, they should be primarily concerned with their academic activities and activities related to the students. So, of course, it may not be always possible. Some may have to be entrusted with some additional responsibilities also. But wherever it is possible to delegate to the lower staff, to the supporting staff, such responsibilities can be delegated. But utilizing the faculty time most effectively is to keep them in touch with the students. Here also, I'm emphasizing on the same point. Keep student-related activities, human resources compete to add value to an institute. These could be managing and educating students and developing competencies in them, so that their individual performance is increased, enhanced through innovations, new approaches to teaching, learning, succession planning, career development, intra-institutional mobility. So through these activities, there can be more of interaction between the teachers and the students. Managing the implementation and integration of technology through improved staffing, training and communication with students and staff. So the emphasis here is whatever activity you take up, whether it is the project work or whether it is the assignment or what, the teacher, he has to keep the student in mind, and student-centered teaching should be resorted to, so that the beneficiaries, they draw the maximum advantage of the efforts of the faculty. Then optimizing information resources, promoting virtual learning environment in technical institutes, developing and providing students well-designed self-instruction resources, program text, books, laboratory manuals, handbooks, etc., so that they need not at every point of time look up to the teacher. If in case he's not available at their independent setting, they can do self-study also. Establishing the learning resource centers with facilities for self-study. There we'll have to consider the establishment of certain study carrels, as they call them, where the essential equipment is placed, the computer system is placed, and students can carry out working on their own. Of course, maybe with or without the guidance of the teacher. Action plan for physical resources. High priority for modernization, creation of depreciation fund, norms for this thing, and developing norms and for the periodic review. Again, like I just talked about the currency of information or the updating of curriculum, then the equipment, latest equipment. So here also developing the norms also, they need to be revised from time to time. So like earlier, measuring the flow of water in a river, it used to be through float rods. So that was the earlier people during our times, they insisted that this must be taught to the students. Whereas the price current meters and all, they came in later, and which they were using instead, they replaced the floating rod concept. So their norms have to be revised, and the obsolete norms have to be removed from the system. Enhancing norms for experimentation and innovation, and carrying out consultancy services. So then only you can be sure of yourself that you are dealing with the latest physical resources and carrying out innovations, or you're able to carry out innovations. Action plan for human resources, simplified recruitment procedures. That means the time between recruitment and the advertisement of the post and the person in position should be very less. Separate teacher faculty recruitment boards, they can be considered also, instead of going through the Public Service Commission, or separate boards can be there for recruitment of faculty. Increasing retirement age, this of course aspect has already been patronized by the AICTE, where the faculty can go up to the age of 65 and thereafter from a year-to-year basis up to the age of 70. Re-employment of faculty, especially in disciplines of facing critical shortage. Now, this re-employment can be also considered in areas where you do not get readily people, like information technology is one area, or even some places electronics specializations, also you do not get faculty readily. Improved salary structure and career profiles for teachers. This is sort of incentive for the people to come to teaching, so that they will not like to leave for greener pastures and go to industry or overseas. Then again, emphasizing on the need for action plan for human resources. Early faculty induction program. Each and every faculty, when they at the point of joining the system, they should be given an induction training program, so that they know their bearings and their specific role as to how they have to perform and what is expected of them. Then in-learning training to give teachers ICT skills in service training, so that they are for the qualitative improvement. A quality improvement program QIP for regular in-service teachers. More centers for technical teacher development like NITTTRs be planned. Conversion training, re-employment in disciplines for facing critical shortage. Here, earlier when the electronics was not there, it used to be only civil, electrical, mechanical, 3 disciplines used to be there. Now, the people to take up electronics engineering, there were the electrical people who were deployed, or a conversion training, gave little bit of training, and they were assigned the role of working in the electronics department. So similarly, in civil also, we used to have public health engineering, and the people who were working in public engineering, they were given exclusive training, and they were worked in for environmental engineering. So that which emerged as an independent discipline by itself. Information resources, action plan, scientific design. We have talked about the user profile and then identifying the different information resources. Infrastructure for use, the space and the people to use enable the utilization of the resources. Networking with other institutions. State policy support, of course, that is very important. The support of the government, backing of the government or the institute management, that is required for enabling procurement of information sources as well as their utilization. I'll take another 5 minutes. Foundation for success of resources management, raising the profile of technical qualifications. That means with the passage of time, people more highly qualified will be needed. So that's raising the profile of the technical qualifications, increasing awareness and changing circumstantial demands of industry also, improve teaching practices, and increasing contact interaction with certifying authorities, with evaluating agencies or examining bodies, improve participation in technical institutes within support networks. That means networking, or sharing of resources also can be considered. Increased use of virtual learning opportunities and increased stakeholders' involvement. That means involving the stakeholder means even industry, society, or the certifying agencies, etc. Then implementing management of resources inventory, resources development, plant maintenance, resource utilization, and data for evaluation. Data is of vital importance in whether it is the physical resource or whether it is the human resource or information. The data must be available to you so that you can consider what is desired, what you have, and what is to be developed or what is to be procured. Now, meeting the challenge requires a new way of thinking, training in new methods, leadership and commitment at all levels. These things are required. Implementation means you have to do it, need to do more than talking out only. Not that we accept, okay, this is required, okay, but what you can do at each level, at the level of faculty, you can apprise the head of the department or the head of the institutions that these are the resources, additional information resources I require. This is maybe latest equipment for this can be included in the curriculum also. So you have to be proactive and do more than mere talking only. We learn by doing. Improvements don't have to be expensive. So earlier, I mean, one of my colleagues here, he wanted to prepare charts for the laboratories. So what he did was, he used the old drawing sheets of the students. The back of the thing, he got charts prepared on those. So they don't have to cost each. It need not be each work might be not costly. It can be. Here are just 3 types of workplaces utilizing resources. This is a 3-stage classes I have shown here. Third class working place, necessary and unnecessary items are mixed together in the same workplace. You can see how haphazardly things are placed. Something in between, second class workplace, necessary and unnecessary items have been separated. But they have not been completely removed. Unnecessary items have not been removed, but they have been separated, so it gives a little cleaner look. And here you see, only necessary supplies, tools and items are stored. The first class working place, tools and items are stored in the work environment. So what we talked about, that 5S system of the Japanese, this is better appreciated in this form of the illustration. That means doing away with what is not unnecessary, removing it from the system. And of course, Government of India's initiative for 12th plan was to support 200 state engineering institutions by giving a one-time grant so that all these institutes can fulfill the quality norms in terms of equipment, faculty, library, etc., all these things. And where the institution already have all these, to give them an impetus so that they improve further. And where it is not existent, to get the process initiated for development. The last word here is management resources in context of this our system concerns both individuals and employers. It is not simply a question of better infrastructure or best of human resources in isolation, but success lies in concerted efforts made to utilize optimally and efficiently all the resources at their command towards the achievement of missionary goals of the system. So it is our efforts we make to make the system a success and the technical education system also a success. We have to pitch in to do our role more sincerely and purposefully. Thank you, sir.
So my friends, first of all, let me, on behalf of all of you, let me thank Professor Puri for sharing his valuable experiences. And I'm sure that with the type of inputs he has given, you'll be able to manage the resources efficiently and effectively. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now, if there are any questions on this topic, management of resources, you are most welcome. We will go to the nodal centers one by one. So first of all, let's go to City Polytechnic College, Jalandhar. City Polytechnic College, Jalandhar. Is there any question? Mishra ji? Mishra ji? City Polytechnic College, Jalandhar.
Hello.
Hello. हाँ जी sir. Any question? बताइए sir.
So I'm a City College, sir.
हाँ जी.
Actually, my question is that how TTA can be helpful in for resource generation of polytechnic colleges.
I think can you be a little louder?
Sir, can you repeat your question? थोड़ा सा ऊंचा बोल के थोड़ा सा दोबारा बताएं sir.
So how TTA can be helpful for resource generation for polytechnics?
Resource generation.
Resource generation.
Yes, sir.
Now, I have given you the idea where there are some considerations which are involved in planning.
Okay, sir.
Then resource generation will be dependent to a large extent upon the support of the management of the government.
Okay.
Then only you can go in. But your efforts will be to think of the planning of for the resources, and then sort of chalk out a plan for developing those resources also. But this actually procuring or getting the resources in position will be dependent upon the, as I said in the very beginning, money makes the mayor go, financial aspect. So the support, if your management appreciates and agrees with your point of view, only then they'll be willing to come forward and support you in generating. And the other thing is the consultancy and extension services to the society for generating financial resources. I'll not say you will be generating more income for the institute by carrying out, say, the civil engineering department. Some construction agencies, they want to get their material tested, or they want some sort of structural design for their buildings. So you can get the people involved, and they can the institute can charge for the services they were rendered. That way you'll be generating financial resources for the institute. But the other ones, equipment, etc., I said that will be your planning, your consideration for developing the resources, but backed by the support of the management.
और मैं थोड़ा सा जो प्रोफेसर पुरी साहब ने कहा है, इन एडिशन टू दैट मैं थोड़ा सा उसको और सप्लीमेंट कर दूं. प्रोफेसर साहब ये कह रहे हैं कि एक तो वॉट एवर फैसिलिटीज आर अवेलेबल इन द इंस्टीट्यूट, चाहे आपके पास लेबोरेटरी की टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटीज है या आपके पास कोई स्पेसिफिक कोई भी चीजें हैं, कोई भी चीज अगर आपकी लाइब्रेरी की फैसिलिटीज है, कोई इक्विपमेंट है, एक तो वो आप दूसरों को अगर आप वो ओपन करें so that other people can utilize those facilities, उसके लिए आप चार्ज करें. That is one method of resource generation. And in addition to that, कहीं पे भी आपके फैकल्टी मेंबर्स और स्टाफ मेंबर्स को ये लगता है कि इस एरिया में आपकी एक्सपर्टीज है, इस एरिया में आप स्किल्ड हैं, यू कैन ऑफर सम ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम फॉर द सोसाइटी. और कोई भी मान लीजिए कोई सॉफ्टवेयर है, आप सॉफ्टवेयर चलाना, सॉफ्टवेयर पे आपकी एक्सपर्टीज है, उस पे आप लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं, या कोई भी और कोई ऐसी चीज है जहां पे स्किल एक्विजिशन हो सकती है. तो इवन छोटे छोटे प्रोग्राम्स भी हैं, चाहे आप मोबाइल रिपेयर की बात करते हो, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स की रिपेयर की बात करते हो, ऑटोमोबाइल्स की सर्विसिंग मेंटेनेंस की बात करते हो. सो ये इस टाइप के कितने ही प्रोग्राम्स हैं, डिपेंडिंग ऑन योर कैपेबिलिटीज एंड डिपेंडिंग ऑन your expertise. तो इस टाइप के प्रोग्राम्स हैं आप ऑफर कर सकते हैं and that can lead to lot of resource generation. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now can we go to Gandhi Engineering College, Bhubaneswar, Gandhi Engineering College. It is disconnected. Okay, then we can go to Kite Ghaziabad. Kite Ghaziabad. Arun Tripathi ji is there.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening. हाँ जी sir.
Myself, Dr. Saif from Kite Ghaziabad.
हाँ जी डॉक्टर साहब बताइए.
Actually, in resources, I want to that drop scheme or comes under that.
डॉक्टर साहब आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है, आप थोड़ा सा रिपीट करें और थोड़ा सा जोर से बोलें. क्वेश्चन.
Actually, you have mentioned that drop scheme. Resources, there is drop scheme.
Modrop is in a short form of a modernization and removal of obsolescence.
What comes under that drop scheme? Actually, I want to know.
No, modernization and removal of obsolescence. That means whatever equipment is obsolete, it is not being used by the industry or by the thing, that has to be weeded out, condemned and taken away from the issue. And in place of that, the latest equipment must be purchased and put in position.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other question from Kite Ghaziabad?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And then we go to Government Polytechnic Hisar. Garima is there.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Sir, can you please elaborate virtual learning? Virtual learning.
Can you elaborate?
Well, this is essentially linked with computers and internet only, and it will not be. It's not the conventional classroom teaching. It has to be through internet only, and maybe even online sort of learning. That also can be one aspect of the virtual learning.
Okay. Got it, sir.
One.
Got it, sir. Got it. Through internet.
It's not conventional classroom like chalkboard teaching. It's not that.
Okay. Fine, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we go to Government Polytechnic Ambad, Maharashtra. Yes, sir. Any question from Ambad? Government Polytechnic Ambad. Any question?
Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, we want to ask one question, sir.
Yes.
Sir, just sir told me in 12th plan there is a provision of the fund for the institutes.
Yes.
So can government institute apply for that? And if so, where we can get the details about 12th plan finance?
Well, you have to look up the site of the MHRD to know what is the criteria or whatever. To my understanding, even government institutes also can be considered. So, only thing is whether I'm not sure about the time frame, whether the application date is over or not. But if you look at the website of the ministry, MHRD,
you go to the MHRD ministry and get the details.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other question from Government Polytechnic Ambad? Any other question?
No question, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question from any other nodal center? Any question from any other nodal center? Okay, so my friends, with this we come to the end of this session. So thank you very much. And so let's call it a day. And tomorrow again we will meet at 10 a.m. Okay. So once again, I thank all of you for actively participating in this program. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
कर दिया